What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Hey, what's up, y'all? We are back at the Messy Sweet Spot, and you are watching It's Gigi with the T. Gigi with the T. Gigi. Hey, Gigi. What? It's Gigi with the T. Gigi with the T. Gigi. Hey, Gigi. Okay, come on. Where them fans at? Where them fans at? How y'all doing, baby? What's going on this Saturday? We are here. Girl, I thought I had to, honey, I ain't gonna tell you everything. Okay, hey, make it make sense. We got Make It Make Sense in the building. Okay, I gotta do the bank hair bounce for that, brother. What's going on? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Where we gonna hang out? Okay. You guys don't know, Make It Make Sense. He's a phenomenal YouTuber. You gotta check him out. When you want real tea about that Diddy stuff, honey, Make It Make Sense. He gonna read the dockets. Okay. All right. Thank you. Make It Make Sense. Do I got the date wrong? It's Saturday 6th though. Hold on. It's the 5th. Y'all, what's today's date? Is my computer wrong? Is it the 5th or the 6th? Don't play no April Fools on me. Y'all let me know. Is it the 5th or is it the 6th? What is today's date? Is it the 5th or the 6th? Hurry up. Okay, it's the 5th. Make it make sense. I don't know what you on, dog. Okay. Talking about today is the 5th. He talking about today is the 6th. I don't know what he's trying to pull. Okay. But I'm glad he didn't came through. What y'all think? Y'all like this little dress I got? Okay, I wore it just for you. Honey, you know I love the glitz and the glams. Okay. And y'all know y'all love to see me in pink. You know, I came through with the Barbie hair. Look at this. Okay. Just as cute as she wanna be. I was gonna put a necklace, but I said no, we ain't gonna do because I already got the jewels. You know, the jewels are already coming through. Okay. Thank you. I knew it was the 5th. I ain't crazy now. I'm not crazy now. I thought I had to put a new filter on because this old filter, it was starting to nag. I was like, damn, I gotta put my other shit. But I'm glad it's not nagging anymore. But if it nags, it's gonna nag. I don't know what's going on. But honey, when I tell you we got some stuff to talk about, it is a lot of stuff talking about that Terrence Howard, he then came out talking about Diddy tried to get up in his honey buns. Okay. And honey, he said a lot of stuff. But I wanted them to ask Terrence Howard, how did he feel about Diddy hitting on women? You know, why they didn't talk about these men hitting on women and how that makes them not a man? Okay, but they ain't want to touch on that. I wonder why. But we'll talk about that later. I know you guys been wanting to know Angie Stone. Angie Stone, what's going on with Angie Stone? Girl, I don't know. I told y'all they was out here giving cease and desist. You know I don't play that crap. So I'm going to have to pray about it and let God handle it. If it's little things that I hear here and there, I'll let y'all know. And I'm tired of the crumbs. Okay. Just give me that whole thing. Give me that whole thing. Don't give me no crumbs. I'm not a crumb type hoe. Okay. Okay. Oh my God, I gotta let you guys know. I was out there, I was protesting. Yeah, y'all see I made it, right? Never would have made it. I went out there and I protested. And I did not protest for myself. I protested for y'all. Okay. For you guys that did not want to go, because you know, Black people said they ain't going to protest. Okay. We had about nearly 1 million people that came out to protest. It was amazing. Just the energy, you know, fighting for America. And this is the America that I remember. You know, this is the America that I want. Hands off Trump and Elon Musk. Don't let me start talking about y'all. Okay, because I was being quiet these years. Don't let me start running my mouth. Okay. Yes. All right. She said I was protesting. Yes, I have to protest for my family, my nieces, my nephews, the next generation, for my family last name, our legacy. I have to protect them. I'm not going to sit at home being scared and like that. You gotta have purpose in this world. So I did my thing. Okay. Thank you. Kappa said, I'm fine as hell. Hey, I'm fine as hell. Hey. Kappa, can I tell you something, Kappa? This guy on my live last night in the comments, see, he didn't have the balls to say it in my face because you guys know. Oh, hold on. Let me put the link up. I tell anybody, come up here. If you want to have something to say to me, you can hit that link, right? He didn't have the balls to hit the link and say it. So he's like, you know what I want you to do? And I'm like, what? He said, take that wig off. He said, what else? Take that old lady filter off. Let's see your age. And then he gonna say, take that wig off. I bet you if you take that wig off, you're not gonna be getting these men attention. Babe, what? What? Girl. Honey, he just don't know, honey. I was getting men before the wigs. Okay. Okay. I was getting niggas before the wig. Listen, I wear these wigs not to attract no man. Okay. These mains, they like cats and dogs. Hell, it don't take much. Okay. I wear the wigs because I like wearing the wigs for myself. You know what I mean? That's how I do it. Okay. Shit, I wanted to tell him something. Let's get the likes up. You guys know I'm trying different things doing the Gigi with the T show. So I need you guys to help me push this show in the algorithm. And it's going to be a challenge. The why? Because I don't have a celebrity name in my title. When you don't have a celebrity name in your title, it's going to be hard for it to track. So I need all my soldiers, my party crashers that is here for me. Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more open and raw with my stuff. You know, these past years, I've been kind of conservative, if you will. Okay. So with Gigi with the T, you know, I'm going to be more unfiltered, more raw, but I need to know I'm supported. So I'm going to try this thing for a month. Okay, if this thing don't work in a month, I might be going back faceless. Okay, I might go back faceless. Hell yeah. Okay, so all right. I love being with you guys. I love talking to you guys and open with you guys, but it is a trap. Because I get too comfortable, I start to tell too much, and then it start to backfire because you already know I got ops. You already know I've been on this mother sucker because you got people they don't like me. So they looking, they watching, they monitoring me, honey, trying to figure out what I'm going to say, how they can use it, manipulate it to try to tear me down, to put me down, honey. So, you know, I got to be careful out here in these streets. I got to be careful. Okay, you must not know. Donna, no, they don't know, Donna. They don't know, and that's how I want to keep it. That's how I want to keep it. That's how I want to keep it. Shit. Okay. Donna, let me not talk too much. Okay, Donna. You know, I've been humble. Haven't I been humble? I mean, for y'all that really know me in the past, from the past, I've been humble, right? Press 4 if I've been real humble, okay? Let me just say, back in the day when I was young, honey, they used to be like, I'm so arrogant, okay? People used to hate me because they felt like I was so all about myself, which I was, okay? But I didn't bother nobody. But they used to just hate how I came in and how people would just love and like me and I ain't have to do nothing but I ain't have to do shit. and people just love and like me and fan over me. And a lot of people, they hate that. They saw, as a celebrity, they hate that shit. So, honey, I've been real humble. Okay, I don't want no attention. Take the lights off. No celebrity over here. Okay, and I like it. I can do either or. Okay, but I like being low key. It's some benefits being low key. But it's benefits being out there. I mean, both have benefits. All right, so we got to talk a lot. I see Pakistan. I see you in here. I'm going to get you in a minute, okay? But I got to look in these comments, talk to my people before we get it started. You are awesome, huge heart, and more compass. Thank you, Tammy. I really appreciate that. I was raised by my parents, okay? I was raised in a 2-household, Tammy, okay? Christians. Even though I did not like my upbringing, I didn't like it. And sometimes I feel like who I am, it didn't have everything to do with my upbringing, because some of the things I took with me and then some things I rejected. I felt that, I don't know, I feel like it's in my DNA, baby. Okay. I feel like it's in my DNA, I really do. It's in my genes. I can't help it. Yeah, the jealous demons out there everywhere. But I've learned, like, when I take myself away from the light, the demons, the jealousy, it's not as loud. But once you get into that damn light, man. And a lot of times I didn't even notice it because I was just so numb to it. Like, there were non-mother effing factors. Okay. So, I'm like, okay, talk. I didn't care. It didn't bother me because I had the strength for that stuff just to roll down my back like water on a duck. Okay, just roll on down, honey. Okay. Yes. Stephen said, I just love your stories. Oh, my girl, Angie Stone. I totally love your energy as you brought information on Angie Stone. Yes. You keep it nice and mellow with some facts. I've watched you for years. Thank you. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that. If you were bald as an ego, you still would be fly. Okay, and regal. I know that's right. Talk that talk, Lisa. Talk that talk, Lisa. And I told that person, I said, well, why don't you just block yourself? Or I will do it for you. But you want to come on my platform talking all that yin yang? Why should I tolerate that? In the past, I have. I've just ignored it. Like, okay, it's more comments. It's okay. But you know what? Not on Gigi with the T. Not with Gigi with the T. Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Keep knocking them out. Boom, boom, knock them out. Okay. It's good exercise, right? Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Peachy, Miss Gems. So before I start, I'm going to bring up all the tea and the drama out here in these streets. What did you guys notice on social media? Damn, that's a call from hell that got y'all attention. What have y'all noticed on social media that have got y'all attention before I put up all this stuff up here? Because I got a list of them. I just go through. What do y'all think? Okay. And no, I have not talked to that guy I was talking to y'all about yesterday. I haven't talked to him. But I talked to maybe I'm telling too much, right? Look, I'm about to tell y'all about these 3 conversations I had today and late last night. Okay. I was like, no, you're talking too much. Okay. You're getting a little bit too comfortable. Okay. Getting a little bit too comfortable. Okay. All right. So anything before I start? All right. So let's bring that Pakistan. How you doing, citizen?
What's up, Gigi?
What's up, baby?
So I wasn't being funny. Your title says Friday. So I was just trying to tell you it was Saturday for your title.
Oh, hold on. Wait. It makes sense.
I was like, she didn't block me this quick.
No, did I block you?
Yes, you blocked me because I was going to send you a super chat and it said you cannot send this person a super chat.
Ooh, I'm glad you said that. But we need to hang out, make it make sense. But besides that, I did not mean to block you. Moderators, I think I got a snake. Why would y'all block make it make sense? That don't make sense at all. He's a MF and go, okay?
I
And you
wasn't trying to throw you off. It just said Friday, so I was like,
okay,
Lord, I don't want Gigi's people to come get me.
yeah, look, because you said the 6. So
I just added a day. Yeah, Gigi's people don't play. I don't want no beef.
now
You're
you know what? I used to have a large following, but then I went ghost and I started doing other stuff, and I didn't really be personal. But now I might go back to being a little bit more personal. So, child cheese. But I appreciate y'all because some of y'all be having my back. But I don't know how I feel about that. I feel so twisted. But thank you so much. I'm just gonna put April the 5th.
anyway, but no, keep doing what you're doing. I think that is a dope idea to rebrand as just you and just have people come in. Like you, Gigi's absolutely right. Once you put somebody in the title and you take that away, I guess it's like a trial run. It makes sense to me. I say go for it.
Yeah, because I get in such a hole and it's just so narrow, and people just want to hear about one celebrity all the time. And then when you try to pivot, it's like, God damn, this car won't turn. You realize some people, they're really not here for you. They're just here for what you're talking about, the title. And I get that. But people like you have an audience that's really genuine for you. And I admire that. I really do. And there's a few of you guys out there, Funky Dineva, that's why I did this shit right here with the dates, because that's what he does. So I said, I want to see if that works. Because in Funky Dineva, he never puts any celebrities in his title. And he still have his audience. I said, I like that. That's a nice space right there.
Yeah, definitely. I get it. That means they're coming for you. It all makes sense to me. But you're solidified in the space just like Funky. So whatever you do, you're gonna be okay.
You're so nice. Now, since I got you here, what was
Hold on, Gigi. I really gotta go though because my battery's about to die. And I was like, she gonna hold me in this back until my battery dies, and then I'm gonna be
DMs if you can. DM, make it.
right.
What is my DM? The messy sweet spot. All right, because I think I messaged you before, but
my DMs are like inundated. I didn't even have Instagram before YouTube. Like I was new to Instagram. I got Instagram for YouTube, and then my DMs are crazy right now because I had a couple viral videos on Insta, and one of them was like 30 million views. So my DMs are like crazy. But anyway, I gotta run. Keep doing what you're doing. I definitely support. All right, have a good one.
You too. Oh, I'm getting hot. Shit. Okay. Who was the moderator that blocked Make It Make Sense? I'm mad as hell now because I've been hearing some moderators been doing some snake shit. Okay. Some people tell me, your moderators, they snakes. They block me. They do this. Who did that? I want to know. We need to have a town hall meeting. Which moderator did it? Y'all pissing me off. Moderate, which one who child? See, you know what I'm gonna have to do now? I'm gonna have to limit some of these moderators, and I'm going to see. I have to go back to my YouTube settings, then I have to open it up. So everybody I have blocked, I'm just gonna unblock them because I don't have time to go through all that stuff. So, honey, it might be some heathens coming in. It's just like when you have it in a jail and then you allow all those people out, all those trolls that have been trolling me and stuff. I'm going to release all of them. And moderators, what? Shit, we need to start over with the moderators, right? Shit. Yeah, I'm emptying the house tonight. I'm changing house tonight. Yeah. Okay, everybody getting out. I'm so glad Make It Make Sense told on y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so mad. Now, a moderator I know would never betray me. I know Lisa ain't, so I'm definitely gonna keep Miss Lisa on board. Damn. What do I need to click? Don't you know you got the screen in front of you? You got all these clicks. You don't know what you want to click, and I'm trying to figure out what to click. Okay, this. God damn it, take me a minute. Now I'm nervous as hell. I'm so glad he told me what's going on, and I'm glad that he told me about the date change. I had Friday. Why y'all didn't tell me I had Friday? Okay, shit. It's Saturday the 5th, and I'm getting on his ass talking about because shit. Okay, never mind. I appreciate that. Correct me. Don't let me go out here looking crazy, y'all. Why would you want me to go out here looking crazy as hell? Huh? It's a setup. It's a setup. I think some of my moderators have been compromised. I really do. I know. Okay, here is. Okay, where do I advance setting? Am I going upload defaults? Okay, where? Man, when I tell you, when you go to this YouTube, it's so many options. It's so many buttons. I'm trying to figure out what the hell. Oh hell. And then I'm talking at the same time. Most time to concentrate, I need everything to be quiet. I just need everything to be silent to concentrate. And when I'm talking to somebody else talking, I cannot concentrate to save my life. I'll be looking at this shit forever and y'all talking, and I'm just like this. Cause I can't, I don't know. I think I got ADD shit. I can't focus on one thing when all this other stuff going on. It's just too much for me. It's too much. Advanced setting. Do you guys know where do I need to go? No, that ain't it. That's not it. This is okay. I found it now. Managing monitor. Okay. Everybody off. Bam. Everybody out. Save. Okay. So hopefully, I don't know what the hell I done did. Okay. Comment, y'all. Comment. Everybody wrench is taken out except for Lisa. Okay. Lisa is definitely loyal. Any channel I have, whether it's big or small, Lisa is always there. Honestly, I feel like Lisa is like my guardian angel. That's just how I feel about Lisa. I'm like, Lisa, she got to be my guardian angel. And I don't know. She could really be my guardian angel, because I don't know her. But she's always got my back. All right. Ooh, that got me sweating even more. You kicked them off the live. No, he had to go. Make sure you press the right buttons. I know, right? I can't focus on. Hey, sorry about that. I done made a mistake and clicked the wrong button, y'all. Did y'all see that? Okay, Stevie, let me give you your wrench back. Hell yeah. I got the ops in here. I gotta figure this out, man. Okay, Steven, where you go? Steven. Now you cut off. It's too many options. Replace, go to. Okay, bam. When I tell you, I'm getting old. It is so anything you click, you got a whole list of options you got to go through. It's so many damn options. Thank you, Ron. Yeah, I put you. I know you do too, Ron. Let me add as a moderator. Okay. Ooh. Now don't be blocking nobody unless they purposely come for me. Make it make sense. They ain't come for me. And he's a YouTuber. Any YouTubers? I don't want no smoke with no YouTubers, and make it make sense. He has been a great ally to this channel. Okay. So don't ever get it effed up and, do that to him. It's only one. I'm not even going to say that because I don't want y'all trying to figure this shit out. They said some slick shit about me, but I let that shit slide. But I'm waiting if they ass slip back over here and try to be buddy, or hey, how you doing, bitch? I'm gonna let their ass know, and I'm gonna block them, okay? But hopefully it don't come to that. And I should be forgiving, right? I mean, it was like 2 months ago. Maybe I should forgive. I don't know, because it's not worth it to beef and to have drama. I'm trying to focus, and if I do this thing right, as far as creating a space with my fan base, just us, I mean, I can go so far with this shit. You know what I mean? Y'all can see me on the TV screens, okay, on the radio, hell, the red carpet, boom, okay. Would y'all want to see me on TV? And don't I got a story to tell? Don't I got a story to tell, baby? Ooh, y'all ain't heard no story until you heard mine. But I'm gonna keep that under the wraps. I'm gonna keep it under the wraps. Stop saying too and focus. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so you got. Here we go with this shit. Look at this shit right here. Listen. Jacob Kohinoor, buddy, you had a nice run, but it's over, okay? It's over now. It's over. Dead that shit, Jacob, okay? You keep trying to come back from the dead. You is dead. Can you please leave Jacob alone? He does not bother nobody. He don't bother nobody. And you keep on trying to troll me with this shit from the ghosts in the past. It's weird. Stop that shit. But you won't stop, And you see, because I blocked that person. I blocked that person. Why would you do that? Why would you create a dead person to troll me? I think that is very mean. I think it's very harsh and it's nasty. Press 2 if you feel like that shit is gross and nasty, what Jacob is doing right now, okay? And I know I shouldn't laugh at the shit, but it's funny. But I don't like it. I don't like it. See, Jacob, see, I'm about to block your ass, Jacob Kohinoor. Okay, you see this? You see it? And I guess what? I bet it's a homosexual. Press 5 if you feel like it's a homosexual. Okay, press 10 if you feel like it's a straight man. I know it's a damn homosexual. And you wonder why. Some shit, when I always talk about zesty shit, it's because I be having these, some, not all, some of these zesty homosexuals always trolling me, okay? Okay. See, y'all start with me first. They start with me first. They always starting that shit. They always starting. And see, see, that's why I'm gonna block you. You know why? Because they want attention all on them. They attention whores. They want to compete with me for attention on my goddamn show. And yeah, that shouldn't be. So let me let me block somebody. Block Jacob. That shit funny as fuck to say that shit. Somebody, Lisa, Ron, or Stevie, block Jacob Kohinoor. Get his ass out of here. Okay? No. Stop with the bull crap. Now I gotta let me bring this stuff up here. You see what I go through? They always stressing me out. They always stressing me out. They always just want to war me and stress me. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay. I don't give a damn if you my number one fan. I don't want you. Okay. I don't want you. And you're not my number one fan, because the number one fan will have respect. And it's sad that I get more respect from the heterosexual community than some of you homosexuals. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Ain't it the truth? See? Uh-huh. See, y'all keep up a lot of shit. Y'all keep up a lot of shit. Uh-huh. I don't know what your problem is. I just love your show, and I call live. I'm glad you did, Ronnie. Okay. And homosexuals in the room, can you get that homosexual? I don't want to battle against no homosexual. Can I have my homosexual supporters? Get this homosexual. Zesty versus zesty. Okay. Get the leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me fucking alone. I gotta make sure is he blocked? Is he blocked? Yeah. All right. So let me bring this back up here. So we get into some real news. Yeah. Yeah, Ronnie. I don't know if you're gay or not, but I need you to. Okay, Jacob gone. Good. Okay, Jacob is gone. Woo! I don't want to see Jacob Kahine on this channel ever. And I told you that. Unless I bring his ass up. That's it. That's it. Okay. So let's see what's out here in these streets. Ooh, okay. So this is a woman and she's pregnant and she's lifting these dumb bars. Wow, she got some strength on her. I wouldn't even do nothing like that, but she did it. What do you guys think about that? Is that good for her baby? You know, she's doing it. I'm looking in the comments. I should have did this for mine. And yes, I lift and competed. And that's the thing too. You know, when y'all want to talk about stuff, gender roles, this woman here, she's stronger than some of these men. You know, some of the straight men, she's stronger than. And some of the gay men, she's stronger than. But she's still a woman and she still identifies as a woman, you know? So, and she pregnant, you know? So go ahead, girl. I don't ever want to take anything away from someone because it don't bother me. But you will have people up in arms. Oh my God, you're a woman and you're out here doing this. Shut the hell up. Okay. So what do y'all have any thoughts about this? Go on, girl. Just don't put that shit on me. But go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. What else out here? Oh, these baddies, bitches. Shut down the gym by. Oh, I don't want to see them. I don't care for those type of girls. I have nothing against them, but it's just not my cup. I have no interest in that, you know, to see these girls. I'll show you the girls I like to look at. I do like to look at girls, but these are the girls I have no interest in. But I do like looking at girls, but not these girls. Do y'all get what I'm saying? You know, all girls are not created equally. Some girls I like, some girls I don't. And these type of girls, this hood rat, this heathen, it's not my cup of tea. But I would never say that in front of them because they will whoop my ass, you know? And I'm sure being around them, I don't know. It just seemed like trouble. It just feels like trouble. I just feel like it's so much trouble with them. Okay, so what's this? Ice Spice goes off on Bambi over 11 discs. Y'all too damn old. They are too old to be going back and forth on diss tracks about Bambi. Who cares? Who cares? But let's hear what she has to say.
Put her on, brought you to fucking England to perform in front of 10,000s of people. Nobody even know your ass. And you want to do a diss song for me who was trying to put you on? Make sure Bambi, somebody get this message out to Bambi. Make sure you write your bio and put my name in it that Grace Hamilton is the reason.
Sorry, but I have no interest in this. I'm trying to. Okay, let's get to this.
Here's a live look at Boston, Massachusetts now as we check back in on one of our top stories, anti-Trump protests.
was there. Hey, 600,000 Americans. That is a lot. I seen people are saying, well, where were y'all when y'all voted? Well, they made a mistake. It's okay to make a mistake, okay? We are having a horrible time right now. People have a hard time with change. America is going through a transition. Not only is America going through a transition, but the whole world is going through a transition. And somebody should have warned y'all. Y'all parents should have told you guys. In life, it's always going to be evolution. It will constantly change. It will constantly go through a transition period. After this period, it's going to go through another transitional period. And I feel like parents and society in this community, it does not prepare us for change. It does not prepare us for transitional and to transition into a whole different era. It's not talked about. A lot of us just feel like everything should stay the same, and if things ain't the same, then they get frustrated because you don't know how to deal with change. And I think that it should be talked about, because it's even in your relationships. When you are in a relationship and then you break up, you don't know how to adapt to change. You don't know how to adapt to being single. You know, you're so comfortable with just being someone, even if they treat you wrong, you're afraid to go out there and get it yourself because you are afraid of change. You're afraid of that transitional period. So I think that a lot of Americans, when that COVID hit, it scared a lot of people. A lot of people died during the era of COVID. I had an uncle that passed away from COVID. So it very hits home to me. You know, a lot of the inflation, a lot of shit just went down and it was horrible. And Trump, you know, he's good. He's a good finesser. He's Hollywood. He's been in the Hollywood business from the beginning of time. You know, Trump, he's a Hollywood guy. And Elon Musk, he's Hollywood as well. You know, they know how to talk. They all about money and all that stuff. So he gassed them up. And I feel like doing like they made pacts. I feel like, you know, certain groups that have a lot of money, they went to Trump and say, hey, I want you to focus on this issue. I want you to dead this issue. We're tired of this. And we will get you in the White House if you do X, Y, and Z. And that is how deals are made. That's how people do lobbyists. And I believe that he carried out their agenda. And I think he had his own agenda as well. And he was willing to do whatever it took to get back in that White House to get revenge on all the people that was trying to take him down, all the news reports that were trying to take him out. And that did it do anything? Hell no. It just made him more of a big celebrity, you know? But now people realize being in this administration for what, 4 to 3 months, not long at all. They made a horrible mistake. And, you know, I forgive them. I forgive people for making mistakes. But then people are saying, shit, the election was bought, okay? You can't tell me Elon Musk didn't buy no goddamn election. All that money he got, he just loved to spend it. I bet. And then they said it was a judge recently. She came out, said Elon Musk was trying to bribe her to compromise her, you know? And don't we talk about integrity? You know, because Terrence Howard, his whole thing was integrity, keeping your integrity. But what about Elon Musk and Trump trying to bribe people to win their votes or to push the different laws? They don't care about people's integrity. They're trying to buy it. They're trying to put money and say, hey, I want to prostitute you. I give you X amount of money. You push this through, or you look the other way when I'm doing X, Y, and Z. So all of y'all have lacked integrity. And let's not get to y'all cheating, because if you cheat, then you definitely lack integrity and you done lose your soul. Okay, but let's keep on going. So I will play this little clip. Make sure you guys like, share, subscribe here at the Messy Sweet Spot. And if I'm glitching, please press 4. If it start glitching, my filter, you know, I got an old lady filter on. And if this shit keep on glitching, I might have to put a young filter on, okay? Shit. Because I know y'all don't want me to put Mary Alice on. not on here, okay? Y'all say she look ugly. You guys like to see beautiful things. I understand, but all right. So let's hear it.
Across the country today after a tumultuous week, to say the least, on Wall Street and the economy. We want to point out, just a few minutes ago, we did show you a protest. We said it was Boston. It was not Boston. It was an unrelated protest. But what you are looking at right now is Boston, and I'm from there. I can recognize this. This is the plaza right outside of City Hall in downtown. Here's a live look at Boston, Massachusetts now as
So what does this do? What does this do? Let me tell you what it does. So when judges, mayors, governors, when they see this amount of people coming out to protest for a cause, it rings alarms to the mayors, the governors, the judges, the Supreme Court, okay? And it lets them know that people are not good with this Trump administration. So it will give them more inspiration, more power to go against the Trump administration. They don't feel that much pressure to be like, you know what? I really want to go. You know how, okay, if they did not have the protests, a lot of these judges, Supreme judges, all these people, they're human too. They have feelings, they got family, they got things they care about, they got secrets they don't want to be exposed. So without people protesting like this, they're going to feel more pressure from the Trump administration to be their prostitute. So if Trump says, I want you to do X, Y, and Z, then they're going to really do it because, you know, the media, the people, is no outlet. So they don't know how to really gauge. They don't know what to do, but you have to speak out. You have to use your voice. So when you use your voice, that same judge can say, you know what? People are not happy with this shit. I'm really not for this stuff. The money sounds nice, but the people, and I want to be reelected again. So no, I'm going to do what's right. And I'm going to change my vote. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Okay. That is how things work. I remember reading a paper where, because a lot of these mayors and governors, sometimes they care about the issues, but a lot of times they don't. They just want to be reelected. Okay. It was a situation where it was a guy, he did some horrible things. So at the time, the state did not have the death penalty, okay? However, a lot of people in that state was disapproving, and they wanted the death penalty, especially for this criminal. They wanted, you know, the state to, you know, act. So the governor, he felt pressured from the people speaking out. So therefore, he was determined to get that guy sentenced to the death sentence, and he started to push other people to the death sentence, all because people were protesting, people were speaking out, and they were disapproving him. So he wanted to be reelected, and he knew that if he did not push this as, you know, the governor and push for the death penalty and make sure he see it through so he can get the credit, then the people may not have voted him back in. So when you protest, when you speak out, especially in large numbers, it does help. It does move. Okay. So don't you ever make somebody feel like, oh, you protest, it ain't gonna do shit. It ain't gonna do shit. We've been protesting for 50 years. It ain't nothing changed. Bullshit. It's a lot change. Okay. I don't have to wash for the white man like my grandma did. I don't got to cook for the white family like my grandma did. I don't got to watch white kids like my grandma did. Shit, it's a lot done change. Hell, where you been at? But I feel like a lot of people in this generation, they haven't really fought or really been through a lot. And they're just entitled. I feel like it. Hell, that's just my point. And I feel like a lot of people like to play victim. You know, they're like, well, I'll be in this situation because the white people did this. And, you know, then they did the welfare and had everybody on the welfare, depending on the welfare. Bitch, none of my family depend on the welfare. Okay. And it's been a lot of Black families that did not depend on the welfare. My father's side did not depend on no welfare. They didn't take government handouts. And my father's side, his mom and his father, which is my grandmother and grandfather, they stayed together. They lived together. They had 12 kids. All of their sons were doctors and lawyers. And that was back in the day. So I don't fall victim to the bullshit. And for my mom, my mother, her mom and her father, they stayed together. They were married, and they were raised in a 2-parent household. And all the girls got married. And then my father's side, all of them got married. They all of them married. I don't have any aunties or uncles that never been in a marriage. Now, did a few get divorced? Yeah, a few got divorced, but they all did that marriage shit, and it was all pressed and stuff. We got to get married. When I was a kid, it was pressure to me. I already knew I was gonna get married, y'all. I was gonna get married and have some kids. I had to. It was the family tradition when I was young. They instilled that in my head. I'm going to have kids and I'm going to get married. That's just what I'm going to do. And when I have kids, I will understand. Have y'all ever heard that? Press 3 of your parents said, when you have kids, you're going to understand. When you have kids, I could not stand that shit. I said, I ain't having in my mind, because I could not tell them that I'm not going to have no kids when I was a kid. But I'm not having no kids, and because it pissed me off. When you have kids, you understand. Bullshit, okay? When you get married and this is going to happen, then you're going to understand what it's all about and all this stuff. Man, please. They be painting that shit up in your head real thick as a child. So yeah. I don't fall victim to that. That's not, my family, my story. I know people are on Section 8 because they need it, and I have nothing against them. But all Black people have not been through the same experiences, All right, so let's move on. It's the 5th. Okay. So what y'all got to say about that? I'm looking. All right, so Stephanie says, I need your help. Can you help me, please? Know what facial products you're using. Your skin is so beautiful. You have an awesome natural soft shine. Your skin. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know what? When I start to open up and be more personal, and I take off all the stuff, then I would start doing, skincare. And I tell you guys what I've been using, and people love my skin. They always say I have the Korean skin, Yeah, and it's amazing. When you talk about skincare, before I did not understand. I could not see the vision. Like, how can I get clear skin? Especially from my previous situation. How could I have clear skin? Just baby skin, soft skin everywhere, girl. No scarring, nothing. How can I get that? And I just start dreaming. If you know me, I'm a fantasy thinker. So I'm just like picturing this shit, like how I'm going to do it, girl. I start Googling, researching. I have tried different things. Some things work, some things don't. But I tried certain products. It really worked, and the consistency. And I was like, whoa, this is a game changer. Hey. And when your skin is good, when you apply the makeup, girl, it just hit even more better. Okay, you can go on this light, that light, nothing, honey. It's just baby butter skin. Okay. And moisturizing is also key as well. And taking care of your body. And that goes with your whole skin. A lot of us, we get out that shower, we dry ourselves, we put lotions on certain parts. No. Put lotion on all of your skin, put lotion on all your skin. And sometimes if you have dry skin, you might need to put lotion on your skin multiple times in the day. Okay. So you want to get you some good lotion. And I don't know if you want to add serums to it, because serums is thinner so it goes in your pores deeper to moisturize more. And when you put that moisturize, all that dead skin, because you know we shed dead skin, but a lot of us, we keep a lot of dead skin because we don't wash and we don't really take care of our skin. Okay, I know this ain't about skin color. Okay, let's move on. Okay, because I'm getting, I know y'all like, let's get to the gossip, girl. Okay, you over here talking about skin shit. Okay. Okay. All right. So what is this? Okay. So yeah, what are your thoughts about the protests? I'm looking here in the comment section. It says, I'm pretty zoomed to see if we broke code. Oh, so they're looking for black people. I didn't see, I was on it. Well, I seen a few black people. I broke code. I already told y'all. I can't get into no program. I don't know why, but I don't know. I just want to stay, I have to stay true to myself. Now, I can be disloyal to myself. I have before, but if I want to protest and I feel like it's going to make a change just to add one other extra body, and I'm going to do it. You know, even if you're not, I'm going to do it. Okay. So go ahead. 1,000 protesting, administration Boston Common. So scamming the crowd, looking for the 92%, but where should have the same energy at the polls. Okay, you guys have to forgive people. Okay, they made a mistake at the polls, but honestly, I think the election was, I think it was rigged. I think it was bought. I think it was stolen. That's my thoughts. That's my belief. Okay, take it up with your mama. Why would you think a felon gonna do what's right? Do you think a felon have integrity? No. And then all the stuff that he have stolen before, and Elon Musk, you know he don't have no damn integrity. He got all those baby mamas, and how he treat his recent baby mama. It's just scream out of hand, out of touch. And he sees himself as a god anyway. He's a demigod. That's my opinion about it. Okay. Okay, what else down here? You know, a lot of times up here in these blogs, they don't be interesting a lot to me. So I did bring some other stuff from TikTok that I found interesting. You know what? Let me put this. Y'all want to know what I really found interesting? Let me be real with y'all. I only go through Instagram because I think it's something that y'all want to go through. But mostly, to be honest with you, I don't be looking at Instagram. I don't be looking at these gossip sites. I only look at these gossip sites to try to do a report so you guys can be entertained, because I think that you guys see it in these blogs. But I personally, I don't. What I did come across and what I found interesting, you know, and a lot of times I really don't be on the internet like that anyway. But Tabitha Speaks Politics. Have y'all seen this black girl? When I tell y'all, y'all need to support homegirl. Okay, yeah. Press 2 if you know about Tabitha Speaks Politics. Have you heard of her? She's on YouTube. When I tell you, she be dropping gems. She be dropping gems. I came across this video earlier today. I've never heard this before, but she is saying they plan to block Americans from going out the country. They're going to start restricting passports to go out the country because they don't like that Americans is going to Paris, spending money, going to Paris. They don't like that you Americans, you're going to Thailand, y'all spending money on there. They feel like that money should be spent here in America. Okay, so they're like pro-America. They're going to force you to be pro-America. They like you should go to Texas, go to this scenery, but y'all should not be spending y'all money out here in Paris, out here in Africa, and out here and everywhere else. You need to spend it here in America. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like these restrictions. I don't like it. I know some of y'all want segregation. I don't want that shit. I don't want to be forced to buy shit from Pookie and Ray Ray if I don't want to. If I want to buy from Pookie and Ray Ray, I'm going to buy for Pookie and Ray Ray. If I want to buy for Amy or Karen, I want to buy from Amy and Karen. Why are you trying to control where I buy what I want to buy? I don't like that restriction. I don't like it. I'm not for it. It's force. You got to force. Hell, it's a lot of Black businesses that don't have to force Black people to buy it. And then they get benefit because everybody buys from them, Everybody buy. When you have music, do you know how many clear people and Asian people listen to Black artists and buy from Black businesses? So imagine segregation. Okay, you want to cut that off. So you can't buy from this Black person because you're white. So that person losing money, and okay, so only accepting Black. I think it's going backwards. I just don't like it. And then some of y'all supposed to be so religious. Do you really think that God is going to say, okay, we're going to have a Black heaven over here, a white heaven over here, and we want to separate that shit? Do you really think that God wants you? For those that are religious, not for those that ain't religious, clearly it don't apply to you because maybe you do believe in a Black heaven. So it goes to your, beliefs. But some of y'all that talking about, oh, we all supposed to be, brothers and sisters, and y'all pushing all that, and you want to do this segregation shit. But I guess people do it all the time because when you look at the KK, you know what? They were Christians, right? Okay. And look all they did with them Black people. And then they say Jesus was Black. Did the KKK know Jesus was Black? Did they know Jesus was Black? I don't think they knew Jesus was Black. I want to know the K's. What do y'all think about Jesus being Black? Okay. I want to know how they feel about that. I really do. All right. And I know they probably changed their name because the KK, they did a transition. So I'm sure they're going around here with a different name or they're going undercover. It's a download KK around here, downloads. But anyway, let me play this lady so you can hear. If it's doing an echo, please press that too so I know what's going on. Let's hear what she got to say.
Gary, it's not shocking that they are now starting to talk about this. It's not shocking to me at all because I watched The Handmaid's Tale. I read Project 2025. So it's not surprising, but it's shocking that they are now talking about this. Before we get into it, I'm Tabitha. If you aren't following me, please hit that follow button. Please hit that subscribe button. I'm trying to get to 500,000 subscribers. We talk politics over here by way of viral news stories. Let's get into this viral post. This is a series of posts that is going around over on social media. I'm going to read them for you. The first one says, one of the big sources of our money leaking to other countries is people traveling and touring abroad. Should the president stop issuing passports until these countries stop ripping us off? The next tweet, why are we issuing passports when there's still openings in hotels on the Gulf Coast? Americans should spend their money in America, creating American jobs and seeing the beautiful American sceneries. The last tweet, there is a Paris in Texas too. Same is true for many world cities, which by the way are mostly reconstructed, so the buildings aren't as old as you think. If you watch The Handmaid's Tale, then you know that not only did they close the borders from people coming into the country, they closed the borders for those of us who are inside the country. They prohibited us from being able to leave the country. This is scary because this basically implies that Americans should not have the freedom to leave this country if they choose to do so, whether permanently or to go on vacation. This implies that they want to hold the American taxpayer hostage in this hellscape. And they are now comfortable enough to start talking about it publicly.
Ooh, she sure is right. See, I like this type of Black women. You know what I mean? I like her. I like intelligence. I like she does her research. I like, I just like her. I like her aura. I don't know her, but I like her. Ain't that something? I don't have to know you to like you. I don't have to know you to dislike you, but I do like her for now. Ronnie donated $5. Thank you, Ronnie. I really appreciate that. Let me get back up here. Thank you, Ronnie. Ronnie says, I'm so happy to catch a live. Child, I'm happy you here with me. Okay, I love your content and you look stunning tonight. Thank you, Ronnie. I did it just for you, boo. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So, what are y'all thoughts about that? Any thoughts? Really, how can these ninjas be telling us where and how and when to spend our money? Because, Messy, back in the day, they called you subjects. Do you guys know what a subject is? A subject is they can do whatever they want to do with you. When they're ready to go to war, they're going to call you up as the subjects to go fight their war. If you die, you die. It's casualties. Okay. So they see you as subjects. They don't see you as their brother, their sister, their family member. You are subjects. We are subjects. Okay. Here we go. Can y'all please can we block Jacob? I mean, my God, my goodness. Okay. Listen, anybody, if you see a Jacob, just block that motherfucker, okay? Jacob coming from the dead, okay? Die, bitch, die, ho, okay? Tell that nigga to die, okay? All right, so let's move on. Okay? So these are some of the protest footages on TikTok.
So look, my people gonna be mad, but I came outside to see like how this protest is. This protest is about to start in like an hour, right?
Go ahead. Don't you allow no black people to dictate your terms and conditions and tell you what to do. You your own man. You your own person. Do what you gonna do. Yeah.
I just came by where the protest is at. I gotta find somewhere to take a whiz. It's nothing but old white people and veterans. Y'all hear that? Bro, it is nothing but white people. They're pissed. It's motherfuckers who like one dude had a t-shirt. He said, I'm a recovering MAGA supporter. Bro, I'm about to look. I gotta go find somewhere to whiz and I'm gonna go back because I got work in a little bit. So I'm gonna be here for a second.
Oh my God, Lisa. Okay, so I'm looking in this comment section. It's so sweet, you guys. Look, Lisa says here, I guess she's clear or white. She says, we told y'all we got this. We don't want you to risk yourself. Stay safe. We got this. That I'm gonna like that shit. See, that's why I want white people, black people, Asian people, African people, everybody. I want y'all to come together. I want that. I believe that God wants that. All his children, all his people to come together in harmony, in love, to fight evilness. Okay? And I know some of y'all come on this panel. That's y'all belief, but I don't believe that way. I don't feel that way. And I love the unity. I really do. It touches my heart. It really does. It really does. All right. So I'm glad he went out there. Okay, let me get out of here and see what else.
Okay, so I am out here right now at the Hands Off protest in Washington, D.C. at the Washington Memorial, and the turnout so far is incredible. It's only 12:22, and there are so many people out here showing out with their support, with their signs.
Yes. I love it. And guess what? I bet the other side, they're so mad because they always stay mad. All they do is complain. And to be honest with you, do you want to know my honest opinion? I believe they put the Terrence Howard interview talking about Diddy on this day to distract people from the hands-off protests. They were trying to make a big wave on the news to distract from the protests, because this is the real news. This is what we really need to be talking about. This affects everybody. Terrence getting tried by Diddy, it only affects the people that's trying to be Hollywood. Everybody ain't trying to be Hollywood. Okay, I don't got nobody in my family that's trying to be in no damn Hollywood. Okay. So I'm happy. You know, go ahead, girl.
I'm taking some photos right now, and I'll share those later, and I want to show y'all the crowd.
Oh, it's so peaceful. I don't see no fights. I don't see no fires. They not looting. They not tearing down nothing. They ain't burning up the city. Okay. They not stealing from different Gucci stores. I like it. I like it. I'm so happy for Americans. I'm so happy for y'all. I'm happy. Hey. Okay, go ahead, Americans.
I just hope that someone would love me.
Okay, I can't stand all this music y'all got. You guys know I cannot play that music.
I'm gonna show you my favorite signs.
It's about time. It's about time, Americans, because every country out here have protested against this administration except for Americans. It was about time that y'all stood up about business. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of y'all standing on business. Ooh, y'all gonna make me cry. I'm proud of y'all. Hands off. Get your hands off of me. Okay. All right. So what else is out here? All right. So I wanted to tell you guys about some of these TikTok people that I watch. I don't be on TikTok often, but some of the girls that I do watch, you know, I do watch some content creations and some girls I watch. So do you guys know this girl named Ashley? Ashley, girl, you so beautiful. Girl, you so fine. But besides you being fine, I do like your content. I like how you want or you are there for people that want your advice to level up. I love that about her. She spends her time on social media helping out people that want to elevate, you know, and I appreciate her content. So I think you guys need to go check her out. Ashley, she's a real one. Okay. This is one of the individuals I really would look at. Okay. So I'll play one video or a few videos hers. I don't know. I don't even know.
I'm in the middle
Okay.
of
I can't play nothing with no music.
So Ashley, I really just wanted to hop on the line. Maybe it's level up advice from you. Oh, I am 31 years old. I'm doing really good in my career. I have a pretty good lifestyle for myself, but I feel like I have never been a real relationship and experienced that with an eligible man. I'll just say that. I've done a lot of work on myself with therapy. I've been in the gym for just over a year now, and I'm seeing a lot of progress in my life. I want someone who is considerate, someone who is a provider, someone supports me the way that I support them. Like, I have not received that. I'm trying to figure out what I may need to do on my end so that I can attract the type of man that I want.
If you want a guy who just assumes the responsibility when they meet you, they say, hey, I want to ball out on you. I want to pay all the bills. That's what I'm assuming. You want someone provider means he's paying all the bills.
So I make my own money. Don't get me wrong. I do good for myself. Now, also, I don't care how
it doesn't mean you don't. No. It doesn't mean you don't make your own money. But okay, you're saying you want a providing man. So I'm assuming a provider comes into your life. He said, I can care less about your money, babe. I want to make sure you're good. I would say outside looking in, I want us to change up our hair.
This is just vacation here.
I would say even if you did braids black, I wouldn't do blonde. If we're not doing braids, it doesn't mean you need to wear a wig, right? You can also do a sew-in if you want to. I don't know. Is your natural hair long? Do you wear your natural hair at all? What is your
I usually don't. My natural hair is probably to the top of my back. It's pretty thick.
You make coins, so I want you to invest. All right. What are we doing for makeup? Do we ever wear makeup?
So day to day, I'm usually in the gym, so I don't do too much makeup. When I go out, I put it on. I full top to bottom.
If you're not in the gym and we're not going to a birthday party or out at night, there has to be a middle look. Can we see now?
French.
Now, you said you're in the gym, right? Do we have a weight loss goal? Do we want to lose more weight?
Yes. So I'm trying to go for another 50.
Okay. So more.
Ooh, I need Ashley as my friend, girl. Ashley, I need you as my friend. And let me tell you why. Ashley, she is the type of friend, she gonna say, Gigi, put that cheeseburger down. I need a friend that's gonna check me. Okay, Gigi, put that goddamn. Where you going? Nah. We gonna eat like this. You know, they're going to introduce me to some snacks that's going to be snacky, but it's going to be healthy. She's always going to be conscious and always going to look out for my best interests. And she's going to ask you, what do you want? Okay, this is your goal. Let's try this to see if we can get some new results. Okay, I love that about her. What else can I tell y'all? Who else? Okay, so this is some stuff I was just going on TikTok.
Now, to my internet daughters who don't really understand men or haven't figured out men yet, the best advice I can give you starting off is act broke and clueless and useless. Don't be always running to the rescue. If a man going through something, let him figure it out. Don't open up your wallet. Don't offer to pay for this or pay for that. Take him here. Let him figure it out. Because what's going to happen, you're going to help him. He's not going to like you anymore for helping him. I don't know what that is about men. They don't really, you'll find some that appreciate the help and, you know, will eventually marry the woman. But 9 times out of 10, that just does not happen. They wind up resenting you because every time they look at your face, they remember when they couldn't do for themselves and they had to depend on a woman. Okay. Keep your thousands or your hundreds in your account. If you live with a man and he come in there and say he can't figure out how he gonna pay y'all bills, what you need to do, keep your money in your account. Okay, keep your money in your account. Call your parents, call your sister, whoever. Say, hey, you're gonna be staying with them for a little while until you get your apartment ready or your house ready, and then you go get your own stuff. The worst thing you can do is come to a man's rescue when he can't save himself. It's not gonna stop you from getting cheated on. And it's not going to make him appreciate you. I've seen so many women give up thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars investing in men who would never do it for them. And that's the bottom line of the conversation. Stop doing for people. You don't owe nobody loyalty up front because they ain't going to give it to you. All right. Save your money, save your time, and stop treating everybody you date or come across as a husband. You'll know who to help versus who not. Because then again, we live in the age of people not really looking for love. They're looking for help anyway. Save your money and let a man be a man. Let him figure it out. You be a woman. You be clueless. You be helpless. I'm a woman. I don't know how to do this. Exactly. Now,
ooh, girl, honey, this the type of girls I like. This is the type of girls I like. Okay. Yeah. I like her advice. Her name is Bonnie. What is it? Bonnie Business. That's who she is, Bonnie Business. So if you guys want to check her out, okay, yeah. And you guys know about Sprinkle. Okay, so yes, celebrity, you know, Sprinkle is my girl. Okay, yes, you guys gotta definitely support Sprinkling Daily. She's on YouTube as well. I'll play a little bit. Okay, how to avoid, do men like plus size women? I don't know which one I want to pick. How to avoid sleeping with a man? Yeah, I need to hear what she got to say about that. Do men like plus size women? I need to know what she got to say about that. Okay, let's hear it.
All these women, what if I have stretch marks? What if my boobs are looking like this? What if I'm not the perfect size? Do men like plus size women? Men like men, especially when they get locked up. So what do you think? They like you, fine, whatever.
Oh, the audio is so low. Child. The audio is so low.
What should you do if your provider finally wants to sleep with you, but I don't feel attracted to him? Fake funeral, sprinkle. Somebody that doesn't exist is gonna die, and you've been talking about them and how they've been ill and all this kind of stuff because they're a fictitious person. And then when he's trying to pressure you to sleep with him, guess what? You got a funeral to attend. And you need help getting out of.
I would play more, but it's music in the background and the audio is so low. Celebrity Scandalous donated $5. Sprinkle. Thank you, baby. Thank you. All right. We have some more stuff to talk about, but I see Regina been waiting there for quite some time. How you doing, Regina?
Hi, Gigi. How you doing tonight?
Good. Is the audio? I cannot hear it. Can you turn the audio up, please?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Better. Talk to me.
Oh, well, I happen to stumble upon the protest today. I didn't intend on going. I was just making some returns at the Gap, and I saw Caucasians walking past with some very creative signs. I love the signs, and just like it warmed your heart, it warmed my heart too, because I feel it kind of made me think about how when you have a group of people who are tired of running the race and they sit down, and then their neighbors step up and continue.
Relay race, girl. Relay race. Let me pass
That's
you
what
the
it was
time.
given. That's what it was given, because, and just like the person said, it was mostly older white people, retired people, people who really cared about SSI benefits, who cared about, just basically what taxpayers pay for. Um, it was definitely a white affair. There were a few gay people out there that were there for gay rights. I love that there were also a few people there that that had racism on their posters as well. So that really warms my heart. I was looking at the white people like, I'm proud of you guys.
Yes. And Regina, I'm so glad that you shared this. Regina, can you stay on with me?
Sure.
Because Regina, I like I like how you are, I like you, Regina. Mhm.
I like you
I
too.
didn't know your name, but your voice, I remember the voice.
I like you too. I feel like we agree in a lot of the things we say, because I'll hear you talk about stuff sometimes and I'm like, what? I feel the same way.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Now, thank you. I have gotten in such in a in an area where I have purposely put myself in situations or in areas where I know I don't agree with the people, but I just still want to go over there and just see what's going on. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I do it. It's like, why entertain somebody? You don't got a lot of stuff in common, but you still want to experience. You still want to entertain. I do that.
It's probably because, that's why you're the messy sweet spot. You
Yeah.
like to be a little messy and nosy.
But I feel my advice to anybody is just to stay with your tribe. Don't go off into the enemy's territory. Just trying to be nosy and trying to learn from their perspective. I think the best thing to do is stay in your tribe, and build from there. I be in everybody fucking tribe, child. Okay.
I remember this YouTuber. He always says, stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm a curious person. And I don't know why I don't know. It's just how I've always been. I've been curious. So I'm not curious. But being curious, I have learned. And I can say I know how to deal with enemies because I go into the enemy camp and I act like I'm on, you know what I mean? So I learned. And then I can come back and I know how to combat because I already know what they're going to do. I studied them versus just stand to the rivers and the lakes and I don't study my enemy. So I don't know how they're going to move. I don't know how. And then I'm getting surprised. I don't like surprises. So I rather know my enemies and how they're moving and what they're talking about. I want to know. I want to know. Okay. Thank you, Christopher.
Do you have
Christopher donated $10. Thank you. Hold on. Gigi, you're beautiful in every way. Thank you so much, Christopher. I appreciate that. Say it again, Regina.
Do you have any examples of you being nosy?
Yes. Shit, I'm always nosy. When am I not nosy? I mean, being on social media, going into different forums. I think that's nosy, but maybe that's not nosy. Facebook groups, being in those messy groups, listening and hearing what people talk about. But is that nosy? But that is nosy. What else did I do that's nosy? Okay, when it comes to my personal life, I don't be in anybody's business. Like when it comes to like family, I say, hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? So what you call it doing? He got a car now. I ask questions like that. And people say that I ask a lot of questions. You know, if I'm dating somebody or getting to know a guy, Regina, I'm asking him a whole bunch of questions. And some guys are like, wow, what you want my social security next? Why you so
They
low?
don't like that.
Because I'm trying to get to know you. But guess what, Regina? I had this one guy today. He the nosy one, girl. He all in my business, right? He like, so what you do for a living and shit? And I don't know, Regina, I don't tell nobody I do this YouTube shit, okay? I don't want them to have access to me, especially if I don't trust. And I don't trust easy, Regina. It takes time for me to build trust. I have been betrayed by so many people, Regina, okay? And I see people get betrayed all the time. And I would hate, Regina, I don't even know why I'm saying this, because I'll be feeling like, don't say that shit, because don't put it in the atmosphere, because it might happen. I'm one of those. I'll be like, I don't want to even say it. Like, I want to express it, but I don't want to say it, because if I say it, then it might come true. I'm one of those people. But girl, if I ever have a friend or a boyfriend or ex to get on this motherfucking YouTube and do an interview talking about my shit, hell no. Hell no. And I feel like if people know that I do what I do, YouTube blogging, and I'm dating them, they're going to have different intentions. You know, I don't like that shit. I want you to think that shit, I work at Target. Okay. I ain't nobody. I'm just regular degular. You know what I mean? I don't got nothing, you know. So that's what I try to portray, you know, that I just work a regular job, but honey, he ain't buying it. Okay.
Yeah, because he sees the beauty and the hair and all that. He like, you gotta be making some coins.
Yeah. And I don't know how I feel about that, because it seems like he keep on going around to what do I do for work? And I told him, because I'm in my mind, I'm like, what do you think? I'm a prostitute? I'm not no prostitute. Okay. I'm not no scammer. Everything I do is legit, you know? And he's like, no, why you so defensive? You know, he's trying to catch me in some shit, you know what I mean? And I'm like, because I've really never had recently too many guys to just want to talk about what I do. So why aren't you? He'd be like, so why aren't you excited about your work? You don't never talk about your work. Why do I want to talk about my damn work?
He probably has trust issues as well.
You do have trust issues, girl. Let me tell you. And see, this is why I don't want no niggas knowing that I do this shit, because I can't talk about them, right?
That's true.
I ain't saying no name. Girl, did you know he tripped out on me a couple of weeks ago?
What did he do?
He was like, yeah, so you in on that shit too? I say, in on what? He's like, somebody is trying to get him. And he thought that I was plotting to get him. He thought I was trying to employ. And I was like, are you crazy? You know, and it's a lot of crazy people out here. But I don't know. He felt like somebody is out to get him, and some drones is outside his place and shit.
Does he have mental illness?
I don't know, girl. But this is the second mental illness case I came across.
I don't know. It's something about them. The mentally ill people, no disrespect, to anybody, but they sometimes are some of the most greatest communicators, open-minded, just big-hearted people.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's easy to make a connection with them.
Well, I don't know if he is, and I think he's possibly is. Then this would be the second guy that I came across recently, and he's a handsome man. He's very fine. And I know looks don't matter, and these mental illness motherfuckers, they looking fine in a motherfucker. Okay, I don't know in the middle, but hell, and they got big smile.
Is intact.
Yeah, I don't know. I seen his name.
Okay.
I asked him to send me a picture of it. Sorry, and it's humongous.
Okay.
But he not even on sex. He like, I can easily split you open. I can easily flip you over. But I want to connect with your mind. I want to know who you are. And I just feel like it's so much as a mystery to you. I can't figure you out. And I'm like, Well, let time. I don't know. I'm not. Why, Regina? When you meet a guy, do you give all yourself? Do you share everything in the beginning?
Well, I try to like move based on how they are. I try to get a sense of them first, and I give them a little bit and see how they manage that and then move accordingly. But I always keep a little bit to myself. I don't give them everything, but I do test them without them knowing.
Well, I don't tell them nothing. I just want to have good conversation and see the chemistry. I just don't trust, and I just feel like so many people are not consistent. And it's crazy that I say that because that's my biggest complaint that I get. People say I'm not consistent. I don't respond to texts. I go a days without calling people back. They can't get a hold of me. And all these are true. I keep my phones on silent. I keep my phone on silent, and I'm never really around my phone. Like I don't feel attached to it. Like I would go and watch TV, and my phone, I'll probably leave it in the closet when I hung up my jacket, and that's how careless I am with my phone. I don't just, and I'll be missing stuff, and then when I get it, I read it, but I'll be so tired or it's so late, I don't respond, but I will read it. But then the next day I just be forgetting, and then I reach out, and then it's like, oh, you left me on red, and now they feel offended because they feel like I'm disrespecting them. I'm leaving them on red. I'm playing all these mind games, and I'm not playing mind games. It's just that I'm not always by my phone.
Yeah, they take that personally when you don't respond. But at the same time, I'm actually impressed at the fact that he's taken the time to try to get to know you, because a lot of these guys, from my experience, they don't ask a lot of questions. So you could work for them more. You could be moving bodies and they don't know. They just like, okay, how was your day? Moving on, getting straight to whatever point they want to get to.
Yeah, I feel you, but no, he is on me like right on rice. But
So
I
what are
don't
you gonna
know.
do?
He feels that he's not on my level, and he has insecurities with that. So I don't know. Am I looking for him to be my husband? Nope. But I do want the experience. I am curious about him, and I just want to see. Well, I'm just curious. But I don't have any high expectations, if that makes sense. Or hell, Regina, I want to have him as entertainment, like a placeholder, until I find the real one.
Well, how are you going to manage him not knowing you online? From my understanding, your followers are growing. I'm one of the recent people that have subscribed. So
thank you, girl. Thank you. Well, the world is so big, and we only have 300 people in here. I appreciate the 300, but I will worry when I get to like 5,000 or 6,000 people in the chat at one time, and they're just coming for me. When I do like commentary, I purposely took myself out of it for years, and I would just focus on the content. So when you do that, you don't shine a light on you. They care about your opinion somewhat, but it's not about you. It's really about the content. And that's what I've done. And I might still go back there. I'm just trying something different. Why am I trying something different? Shit, I don't know. Different season. I don't know. The spirit just telling me to try it. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to succeed, or I don't know if I do it. And then it will start to succeed. And you know what, Regina? Because it's succeeding, I just shut that shit down.
So you like to switch it up?
I switch it up all the time. Shit. Regina, switch it up is my middle name. Shit.
But I feel like once you find something that really works for you, then you'll stick to it. Or you'll try something different. And if it doesn't work out, then you'll go back to what actually did work for you.
You're right. You're so mature.
But yeah, I say, just take it a day at a time. If he feels like, you haven't responded to him in a few days, I would say give him a little more, try to be a little bit more cooperative to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, Regina, I don't think he got no table to bring, okay?
Oh, okay.
He is just like, I'm not serious. Okay, Regina, don't tell him this.
Okay, I'm not going to tell him.
Okay, I'm not that serious in his ass. I'm just, even though I'm talking too damn much, Regina, and this makes me look so fucking bad. Okay, I text him and I just be like, yes, I really want to be with you and stuff like that. Why am I playing games, Regina? Look.
Maybe it's a phase.
Because I'm curious, and I just want to see how things will go, I'm a mess. Okay, let's get off on me because I feel like I'm being judged because I'm being too honest. And yeah, okay. Love Me Kids donated $5. Thank you so much. Clarence Thomas is worried they will find out that he was born and raised by Black parents. I eat grits and bread pudding. All right. Thank you for the $5. I don't know who that is though.
I think he's the Supreme Court Justice.
Oh, thank you, Regina. Regina's so damn smart and so resourceful. She knows stuff. And yes, he is. Yes, now that I think about it, he is. He found out he was born and raised by Black parents. Okay, go ahead. Don't play with people's emotions. You're right, celebrity. You're right. Yeah. That, Regina, let's get to these celebrity topics. Okay. Uh-huh. So what's going on here? I don't know if do you know anything about Cardi B? Are you familiar with her?
A little bit.
Okay.
In her relationship with Offset.
Huh?
In her relationship with Offset. I know she came out with that video where she was saying that if he doesn't apologize, that she's going to reveal the information, including him talking about wanting to kill himself and take her out.
Take himself out of here. Yeah. All right. So she's been in the news a little bit lately. So I just want to play some parts of here. At the end, she talks about someone. I don't know if it's a blogger.
Stop trying to fit yourself.
Or who it is. But she says that when she was pregnant, she really didn't even was prepared for the pregnancy. Her pregnancy was rough. A lot of people around her did not want her to be pregnant. And people kept poking at her. She said that even though they're not talking about her now, she have not forgotten, and she want her revenge on those people. And she also talks about how she's tired of being compared to other female rappers. So I'm going to play the ending of this. Shout out to Coffee City.
Ain't no more hints. No, I can't. It's no point of giving Cardi, give us a hint. There's no point of giving a hint because it's like I'm in, like we're so close. It's not even funny. We're so close. It ain't even funny. I don't know, is it because like my body, I don't know, is it because I'm older now or because I had so many kids before, I had 2 kids before that my body almost couldn't take my 3rd pregnancy. On top of that, I was stressed out. I was stressed out because I felt a lot of pressure from my career. I felt like I put a lot of people down. Like, I don't know, like I feel like when I was pregnant last year, a lot of people wasn't really happy that I was pregnant. Like I know my family's like, what the bitch pregnant again? Also, my fans weren't happy. I like, the people that I work with, I know they were like, what the Of course, things were slow for me. I didn't want it to go outside. I just didn't want it to do much. Like I just wanted to lock myself in somewhere. So I had a really hard pregnancy, right? Now stay with me. And while I was pregnant, a lot of these big were festing me. A lot of them were festing me and kept picking and picking and picking and picking and picking and poking and poking and poking at me. And I'm gonna let y'all know this: just because y'all quiet and y'all stop, I will never forget I will never forget that. I will never forget that. Y'all really turned me. You know when people be like this, how some people turn into supervillains? I really feel like that pregnancy turned me into a supervillain. One thing I forgot. One thing I forgot. One thing is because, oh, you know what? Like, I'm gonna leave her alone, blah, blah, blah. Nope. Everybody that put me through some shit, while I was knocked up going through it at my toughest time, I ain't forget that. Now it's my turn. Yeah, and you know what? I don't even like saying like Cardi billionaire, but I really do feel like I turn into a super villain, dead ass. Like sometimes, like I will avoid certain things. I'm not avoiding shit. You gonna take this, bitch. Y'all bitches gonna take this dick because y'all got me fucked. And every single time, I feel like.
All right, so that's just a little piece. Now, how I feel about Cardi is I feel like Cardi, you just chose the wrong man to invest long term with. If I was Cardi B, I would flirt with Offset because clearly she's infatuated with him. She likes him. Just have the experience with him just for a short while. That's a short term situation. It's not a long term. And I think that if she just would have had her fun time with that dude and not allow him to get her pregnant and not go through this trying to get this long term out of him, I think that she'll be more happy, you know. But I think that her expectations of Offset being this husband, being this idea that they're going to always be a family and they're going to grow old together, that was so far off. She don't have a good judgment of character when it comes to these relationships. That's my thoughts. I think that's what really tripped her up very, very badly. What are your thoughts, Regina?
I feel like that's the Latina part of her. Latin people are very family oriented, loyalty, keeping it together in the family, building family. That is a really big thing. So I feel like even though she has, her past of how she talked about, she was a dancer and stuff like that, but that Latin culture part of her in terms of relationship is what kind of had her move the way that she moved with Offset. But Offset, his culture is not the same.
But Regina, can I stop you there?
Mm-hmm.
But tell me this. If she's such a family-oriented girl, then how in the hell did she end up on a stripper pole?
I don't even know how she went from the stripper pole to becoming a celebrity, because to be honest with you, she's talented, but not to the degree of fame that she got, in my opinion.
Tell me this, Regina.
It's all confusing
If
to me.
she's so family oriented, then why do she cater to the whore population? Why does she push a lot of music that is anti-family?
Because the music industry that's what they wanted her to sell. That was the image.
No. We're not gonna do this, Regina. Not on Gigi with the T. Gigi with the T. Gigi. What? Gigi. I got a new attitude about stuff. Let me tell you. Cardi B, she's been on that time before she got famous. She was making mixtapes about being that gangster girl that have nothing to do with family-oriented crap. She wanted to be a bad B. That's what she wanted. And it had nothing to do with Hollywood because she was like that before.
But I feel like that's why they gave her that platform. If she, was preaching positivity and, rapping about positivity and stuff like that, they wouldn't have given her the platform. It's the same thing with
don't blame them from getting the platform. They're here to make money. That's exactly what they did. They did an excellent job invested in Cardi B because they made a lot of money. Okay, it was short time. They made a lot of money. That's good on their part. But when we talk about, well, when you talk about Regina, well, I think that's the reason why she decided to do the long-term relationship with Offset, because that's the Latino side. And, you know, they're very family oriented. And I think that's her side. I don't believe she got that side in her because nothing adds up.
It doesn't.
So when you say that, I was just kind of like, where are we going? Where are we going?
I felt like that was the only rationale.
And then, no, I'm not buying it, baby. You got to come better than that. But then on top of that, if I am family oriented, then why would I invest with a man with multiple baby mamas, okay, that have not shown that he's a great father or a good to his pastmates? What type of investment is that?
Well, it seems like the type of people
if I'm family oriented, why am I choosing a rapper? And you know, majority rapper lifestyle is that whore culture. It ain't adding up, baby. And then, okay, take the Latino family stuff, blah, 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 outside of it. It's still not a smart investment, knowing that his past priors, knowing his history. Maybe I feel like she feels back then that she was not deserving. I think it speaks a lot about her self-esteem, self-love. When you don't have your self-esteem high, I believe that you accept a man cheating on you. You know, I believe that you accept him hitting on you and doing all this stuff because you don't value yourself higher. And people can say, well, shit, I do value myself, girl. My hair costs $5,000. My outfit costs $3,000, and this and that and this and that. Yeah, you like looking good material wise, but what about your inside? Huh? Okay. What about your inside? What about your mind? What about your integrity, your values or principles? You don't got none. And if you do, it's very low. This shit is in hell. It's in the trash can because you allowing these dudes to treat you any and every way. But yeah, you do got on that Balenciaga dress, girl. Okay, but your ass crying that night. Okay.
I feel like people can be multi-dimensional. Like she could have that part of her that, you know, wants the settling down, family-oriented situation, and then still have the low self-esteem and, you know, trying to get that validation and stuff like that. Like she could have all of that in just one package. But there's also the possibility.
Can we go through that? And how does that work? What does it look like?
Unpack that. What part?
Okay, you said she can have all these at the same time. So how does that look?
So there could be that part of her that's like, I want to be a great mother. I want to be caring. I want to raise my kids right.
Okay, then let's stop, Regina. So we have to say, okay, if I was talking to her and if I was a guy and I was trying to date her, I would go, what is a great mom? Saying that you're a great mom is not enough. It's too vague. Your greatness and that greatness can be two different things. What is a great mom? Let's describe that. What standards do a great mom have? What principles does she have? What is that? What does that look like?
Well, according to their culture, it's not according, you know, I don't move that way. But according to their culture, making sure that the kids are taken care of, they're dressed like nicely, they're well fed, they're surrounded by family and trusted members, they're getting a quality education, spending time with family. That's basically it. Healthy and happy, giving them what they want.
What about role model? You being a good role model, where does that lie?
So I think for her, based on what I'm seeing, being a good role model is being a mother that is always going to be there. Like, I have your back. I'm always present. And I'm a hard worker to make sure I bring the money to show you mom is a hustler. And she's going to make sure that the family's taken care of. So That is probably their
So basically, you show me that mom is the provider.
She's also present. She's a hustler, a hard worker, and she's always present. And she's family oriented.
But do she yell? Like, is her and Offset yelling in front of the kids too?
I don't know.
Is her kids watching her and not WAP on the internet?
I don't know. Are they? I haven't seen the video.
Are them kids watching her and all that in them outfits? I'm just effing.
But yeah, I mean, and I had to kind of understand it from a different perspective, because I do have certain family members that I was like, wait, but how could they do these things yet still have these family values? It didn't make sense to me. So some people are just dynamic. They could be having a lifestyle, they could be moving a certain way, and then they have values that don't seem to match that.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand. I don't, but I do. You know, everybody have their own beliefs, and I think some people they say one thing and they do another. And I just don't think a lot of people are just real with their beliefs and how they really feel about things. Because if you really have a stance on it, why are you always shifting? Why is it you say this, then you go, it's like a hypocrite all the time. Just be who you are.
I thought this was really funny. This person said, how's she a hard worker going to the club every night with one album child? And that's another thing, like, where is the music? There's so much drama with these celebrities, but can they drop an album? Like, where's the music?
Yeah, where's the music? Have she done hard work? I think that a lot of stuff has been given to her. I think she's a very lucky individual.
I agree.
I don't see the talent as far as the rapping. I think she's a good performer. I think that she's popular. And now,
I agree.
in the era, you know, all you need is popularity. You don't need to be talented. As long as you're popular and you got people that like you, the industry and business knows that it doesn't matter if they're talented or not. Let's put this face on this honey bun. These honey buns are going to sell out. Let me put this girl and write a track for her. The track is going to sell, you know? Let's make this money. Okay, she has a huge following. It's her personality. I know when I was watching her prior, it was her personality. It was, girl, okay, all that crazy shit she be doing. You know, people like that personality, you know?
Yeah, because that's not really my type of music. I mean, I heard her rap and I was like, how is this it? Because I've heard really talented rappers and lyricists, and it's not exactly it, but I feel like
popularity.
When the media, you know, when they decide this is what is going to sell, you know, and no disrespect to her, because she did work to get to where she is, and you know, some opportunities were given to her because she's lucky. But I'm just saying, there's some people that really have that talent and they may not necessarily have the platform, or they may not necessarily be given the opportunity.
Yeah. And I think that's a lesson in both, meaning that if you're very talented, you have to realize you may not get success. So you have to have a plan B and a plan C. And if you're not talented, do not allow you being not talented stop you from trying, because you might end up lucky, the right time, the right opportunity, and you might be a phenomenon. Okay. Just like on YouTube. Hell, you have some talented individuals that probably would never see a break on YouTube. Then you have some dummies that are very popular on YouTube and different platforms. And then you have people that's been trying all this time, and just that one video they never thought would break. And now they're up and at them, you know? So be consistent, never give up. And when it comes to Cardi B's story, this is what I do like, that she never gave up. Even though People told her, hell no, girl, it's rentals for you. You're delusional. Nobody's going to pick you up. Like, she kept just going. She didn't care what y'all said about her. And she just opened doors for her because she had that mindset, that go-getter. She was disciplined and consistent. And she believed in herself when everyone else doubted her. That's what I admire about her.
Yeah, I feel like to a certain extent, for you to achieve certain goals, you have to be delusional a little bit. You know, be delusional.
I guess that's another way to put it. That's another way to put it. Okay. Uh-huh. All right. So going here with Angie Stone. I know a lot of people been talking about, well, not a lot, because it's only a few people that still talk about Angie Stone. That's Party Work. Am I saying that right? Paperwork Party TV. Seemed like he's doing a phenomenal case. He's consistent, and I believe Tough News and maybe another one. So I know some people here, because I used to do a lot of Angie Stone coverage, but things got real sticky. It started to turn into a YouTube war and just dark energy, and I just had to pull out. I had to pray about it and just ask, figure out where do I need to go and just wait for patience. So it seemed like things are settling now. This is a report from Paperwork that I will play. Okay. So check this out.
With it, gang. Shout out to the Paperwork Party, man. Also, shout out to Stone Paxton for dropping this name. All right, gang. We really needed this name. Check this out, gang. This woman has been convicted of prostitution on 2 occasions. All right, in Florida, and she got both of them adjudicated. This woman is a known prostitute. How in the hell is she the assistant of Angie? Angie had so many snakes around her. Her main assistant that moved in her house was a prostitute, making all kind of prostitution deals behind the scene. We don't know what this woman was doing in Angie's house. All right, but we're going to talk about it tonight, because when I called her, she answered the phone, but she didn't want to talk. All right, maybe I made a mistake and said I was Angie's brother, which everybody know Angie got a brother, but it was kind of early when I called her. But gang, the woman that was an assistant for Angie that moved in was a prostitute. Angie moved.
All right. So what are y'all thoughts about that? I believe that's the latest with the Angie Stone case, that her assistant did some prostitution work. Regina, what are your thoughts?
If this is true, it is concerning the level of misinformation that Angie Stone was, the late Angie Stone was surrounded with is concerning. Like, how is that even possible?
What not possible? That she hired a person that was a prostitute or have done prostitution work?
Yeah, or is actively doing that. Like, how is there so much going on around you and you're just not aware?
Maybe she was aware. Angie Stone didn't come off to me as judgmental. She was, they say Jesus, he was around some drunks and a whole bunch of rebels. So Angie Stone, I don't know what her case would be. I don't know if she was ministering to this lady or she just wanted to give her a chance, or she was very helpful in assisting Angie Stone. Shit. It's a lot of government officials and the president have ordered prostitutes. So should they all get taken out because they slept with a prostitute and they dealings with a prostitute? I mean, yes. I don't know. You say, yeah.
Take them all down.
I don't care. Shit. She a prostitute. Now, until she have some evidence that, that she wanted to take her out. I mean, a prostitute, it's a lot of these prostitutes. Shit, y'all probably got some prostitutes in your family. You just don't know it. Or some of your uncles have bought a prostitute. Shit, prostitution is the oldest form of business, they say,
Yeah, I've heard that too.
So, Regina, if your boyfriend have had a prostitute in the past, are you going to divorce him because he made a dealing with a prostitute?
Not necessarily. So for me, it's not so much that she was a prostitute in the past, allegedly, or was currently doing that. It's just coupled with all the other people that she had around her. Like they were saying that the driver was also working for her too. And he has an extensive, colorful record of just horrible things that he did. It's just concerning because it's like, it's okay if you're trying to help somebody here and there, you know, like, okay, I know you're going through something or you had a situation, I'm trying to help you out. But you're putting these people in positions of authority in your life, in your career, which is the most important thing. So that's where it becomes concerning, where how are you surrounding yourself with so many people who are untrustworthy, who don't have your best interest, and whose resumes may potentially show that they're not the best fit for the position.
I don't know. Like I said, they have to do something currently, because if that's the case, I mean, churches, they have a whole bunch of people that are convicted felons that is working in the church. And you know, should you give a convicted felon a second chance in life, or should you just always see them as a convicted felon and just try to exile them? You know, it's a lot of people that have done horrible stuff in their past, but they're not doing that anymore. So, I mean, I don't know. You know, how do you navigate with that?
I think it really depends. I'm sorry, you were still saying you were about to say something?
Go ahead.
I'm all for I forgot what the word is called, but once an individual comes out of prison, then you help them to get back into the workforce, help them get on their feet. I'm all for that. That's actually it's like a secret passion of mine. So I don't think that those people shouldn't be given opportunities. It's just her case is just so tragic. And then as we look into it more and more, it's a mess. You know, she didn't really have too many people around her that were really protectors. But I do think individuals who have a past and who are trying to turn things around should be given another chance.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess she said she didn't have a lot of people around her that are protectors. So, damn, the son wasn't protecting crap, or the daughter. But I wonder, how often do people go throughout life and they don't have any protectors? Press 1 if you're going through life right now and you don't have anybody protecting you. You know, I think a lot of people are going through life right now and they do not have a lot of people or anyone protecting them. You know, but then again, you know, what is a person protecting you? What does that look like?
I mean, if you're Angie Stone, that would look like a celebrity, security, somebody you knew. I feel like when you're a celebrity, you should definitely have individuals that you've known for 8, 10, 12, 15 years, somebody that you could connect with. You should have connections to be like, I know this person, I trust their judgment. This individual has been in this position. Like, you should be able to have different people, whether it's like somebody for your money, somebody dealing with taxes, you know. So I feel like the protection should be there, over making relationships with people over time. And I feel like she was a very social person. She was a very loving person. She really cared about people. And she seemed like the type to want to maintain those relationships as well. Now, as for me, my protection, I got to be real, is only God, because I really don't talk to people like that.
Yeah.
What about you? What's yours?
Well, shit. God, and I need to get a pow, because I'm thinking, because you said that if somebody came in your house and tried to take y'all out of here, and then the whole world would say, that's sad, child. You know she ain't had no protection. Shit, that's how they got in her house and took her out of here, because ain't nobody love her for real. She don't got no protection. Uh-huh. You might have loved ones, because I'm sure her son loved her. But then I thought about, what does that protection look like, you know? And I don't know. I think protection looks differently to everyone. I think it's kind of harsh to say, her son was not protecting her. I think everybody is still trying to figure out life themselves. And if he didn't have the tools, or maybe he did not know. I mean, the story, it has so many missing holes. So I really can't place too much judgment, because honestly, I don't know. I don't know shit except for what social media put out here. And half of the shit they put out here is lies. So you just going on a whole rabbit hole full of lies, thinking you know something when you don't. So who knows?
Yeah, because it seems like, we were saying before, her kids were, I don't want to say riding her coattail, but like she was the sole provider, and her son was kind of still coming into himself, but it seemed like they were still used to just being Angie Stone's kids, and that mom is going to take care of it. And it was just normal. That's just how things were. And I'm sure that, well, I can't say I'm sure, but once you're used to a certain lifestyle, mom's been doing this for decades upon decades. We've consistently had this life. It's not something like this is not something that you would typically anticipate as her children. So I think her son did what he felt he could do and what made sense to him, like making sure he was the driver most of the time. And that was
it says, I said the same thing. All those bad people around her, no discernment. And normally when I talk about certain things, I do come off more religious tone. I do come off more conservative. I do come off more judgmental. However, now we Gigi with the T. I don't know. I feel that what possibly got her was her niceness. She probably wanted to see the good in people. And I think a lot of you guys can relate with that. You want to see the good in people. I know a lot of you guys, when somebody say, hallelujah, you think the best of them, because that's what you want to believe. And I don't know if she vetted. Maybe she did vet, and they were just better at hiding who they were. And this day and age, shit, AI be having y'all fooled, okay? Criminals, one thing about them, they always have to try to be 2 steps or 3 steps above their victims. It's like in The Lion. When you're in the jungle and a lion comes and gets you, then you could say, well, damn, that buffalo should have had more discernment.
Not the buffalo.
It's a lion, motherfucker. Okay, it's a damn lion. Okay, so no, but that's how I know that's how some people reacted. Like, damn, that chicken didn't see that human coming.
Right, but it really does look like that.
Hold on, that chicken should have had more discernment. That human was gonna take your ass out of here. Okay. Humans can't be trusted. Yeah, they did all that feeling for you, but they're gonna cook your ass. But bark.
The turkey's still dying around Thanksgiving time. Like, you didn't know this was coming?
Right. Guess what I learned, Regina? Okay, so I was watching this show and I did not know this. And the eggs are hot. And the lady said she's a farmer. And one of her neighbors went to her to get some eggs. So she was complaining about the eggs.
I saw that.
Oh, you saw it too?
I saw it.
Yeah. So she went over there and the lady was like, oh my God, it's poop on the eggs. What the hell is that? And the farmer had to explain to her that chickens, their reproductive system and their digestive system is the same hole. So the same hole they give birth in is the same hole they boo-boo in, okay? They only have one. And I did not know that. Okay, I didn't know that shit be on eggs. Hell, shit. Because I would probably be like her too. Like that. What is this shit on eggs? They didn't teach us this. What the hell? So I thought that. Did y'all know that? Press 2 if you knew that. I guess chicken or hens, they only have a one hole. Their reproductive system and their digestive system is out the same hole, meaning that they give birth and they boo boo out the same hole. So a lot of times the boo boo be all on the baby when it come out. You gotta wash it.
Would you eat those eggs? Would you buy them?
Yeah. I mean, I can see past the shit, just wash that shit off. I mean,
I
but
feel
when
like
you
the egg
think
is too
about it,
fragile.
go ahead.
I feel like the egg is too fragile to wash that off. That's what I was thinking. How you gonna wash it off without cracking the egg?
I don't know. I thought it would just be like a regular hard egg. Like I didn't see how fragile it was coming out. Don't they just boo boo hard eggs?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I think that this person is getting some of that in them eggs. When she cracked them eggs and fry them, some of that boo boo is getting in there because I don't see how you could use soap. Not unless you, I don't see it.
No, I think I would hope they crack it nice and wash it and stuff. But yeah, and I guess if they get some boo boo, I mean, how much the meat that you guys eat and just the parts, and some of these animals have diseases, just like some of humans have diseases, and you eat that deadly. I don't know. Is the disease dead? If you eat a cow and that cow is filled with disease, when it dies, did the disease die with that or no? I don't know. I mean, those are some questions.
Cow disease? Was
Huh?
it cow disease?
I don't know, just any disease. I don't know what disease they got. I'm sure they got some.
That's why you got to cook it, I think.
I guess to kill off the disease.
Yeah, you got to clean your meat properly prior to cooking it, but you got to make sure you cook it well done.
Mm-hmm.
These medium rare people,
Well, I was never raised at medium rare, like in steak stuff, but I have tried it and it's tasty, because I don't like it burnt either, but I like it very like nice and soft, like a soft chew. I like it tender. I love tender meat, like so tender it's falling off the bone. I love that type of tenderness. I love tender chicken. I love tender fish. I love tender meat.
So you like dark meat?
I love dark meat. That's my favorite dark meat. I'm not big on white meat. I love dark meat.
Yeah, that's what I get from Popeyes. But my thing is, don't you taste the blood? Because that's my concern. When it look red on the inside, is that not blood?
I don't know what it is. I don't think about it and I don't be looking at it like that. So I don't know. Last time I had some chicken, it was just all white. So I don't know nothing about no red shit.
Oh, I'm talking about the steak.
Oh, when it's medium? I don't know. You said it's a blood?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. I didn't taste no blood. I mean, was it red? It was like pinkish, but it didn't flow with red blood coming out of the meat. It was like a little pinkish and stuff.
Okay.
I liked it, and I put some sauce on that, and it was nice. Even though I was raised not to eat it like that, I still wanted to do what I wanted to do. All right, so let's get into this. Are you guys ready? This is what's been making its rounds. This right here. Let me put it up here. Terrence Howard talks about Diddy. Okay, he said Diddy tried to smash him. He said his assistant told him, "I feel like Diddy is trying to get with you." Okay, did you see this, Regina?
I sure did.
Okay, what were your thoughts?
First, I was trying to understand the fit that he had on. Like where are we going with the hoodie and the hat? And like what is that? I was trying to figure out what was going on with that. And then secondly, I was trying to understand how he got on that man's show. I know he's a popular YouTuber, but I was trying to understand the connection between the two of that.
Got it.
Thirdly,
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I felt like he was trying to be, he wanted to do another Cat Williams.
Okay, well, he almost accomplished it. I also felt like I was trying to understand the examples he was making. Like, was he trying to be religious? I mean, is this like, what religion is he on with the examples he was making? And was he potentially getting information that he heard, or is this all personal experience? Because he mostly spoke in general, like when he was talking about like losing the man card. And it made me wonder, okay, was there ever a point where you lost it? Are you referring to yourself? Are you like, or are you just speaking in general, or is this stuff that people told you?
Yeah, I think he was dealing with his own insecurities with it. But from experience, it seemed like he did not share his experience with him being with another man. He just was pretty much saying that if you allow another man to bend you over, then you have lost your man card, then you're no longer a man. And it's nothing more important than holding on to your man card. That's what I got. I didn't get religious tones more so. I got more so like the masculinity, just toxic masculinity.
I got that too.
I got, and I wonder, I said, well, what do the gay men feel? Because basically he's saying y'all not real men. And then I said, well, shit, what's that girl, Dr. Heavenly, y'all got pissed at her because she said that, I'm talking about a real man.
Yeah, I remember that she had to apologize.
Yeah, but Terrence Howard, he pretty much said that same shit. And then y'all gave him roses. I didn't get that. I guess because they had to do with some Diddy shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But to me, they said the same thing. Do you felt like they said the same thing?
I feel like what was different with him is that he didn't mention gay. So because he didn't mention gay, then people were like, okay, well, we don't have to get more specific. And I feel like certain celebrities are able to get away with certain things because of whatever genre they're in. And I don't feel like he was particularly coming for gays per se. Although he was like kind of saying it, but it wasn't, I don't feel like it was particularly directed at that. So I guess people didn't take it that way. But when he was speaking on as a man, I felt like, why does it have to be as a man? It should just be as a person who has integrity, who has self-respect, who, if it's something you don't want to do, you just don't do it.
Regina, I don't think he can do that because Terrence Howard don't have any integrity.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this is the man that balled his fists up and beat his wife. I mean, have you looked that up? Have you heard that story?
No, I just never was really into him as a person. So I can, I could believe that.
Yeah, he has a horrible track record. That's why Hollywood got rid of him, because he was abusive to women. And, the Me Too movement, and people were saying they didn't want him to be employed because he beats on women.
Okay.
So that's how he got pretty much ousted. And so he's been on the outs. So I guess this is his way coming in just on the other side. And let me see here. So yeah, it was a police report and everything going on. I don't know if you can see here. Terrence Howard arrived at her house after an argument on the phone, forced entry into her home by breaking in doors. Now, is that integrity?
Absolutely not.
And chased her into the backyard. Is that integrity? You chasing a whole woman.
Nope.
But is that manhood? Is that you being a man?
Not manhood at all.
Hold on, chasing a woman. She is fearing for her life and you're chasing her down. That's what's being a real man. That's having a man card. Okay. While he punched her in the face twice. Now, he has also beaten her a few times, but this is the only report that, the first report that comes out. but he has been known to have a violent, temper towards women. But that's why he got, ousted out of Hollywood. That's why people did not want to work with him. And this was in 2015. So this was almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's absolutely terrible. I mean, was he sober?
I believe he's sober, but I
During
heard
that
that
time?
he be on them sugar boogers. I don't know what he be on, but I mean, whether he's sober or not, I know a lot of people that's probably drinking and high, and they're not gonna want to beat on a woman.
Yeah, it affects people differently though, but I think that there's certain things he's not sharing, and I feel like men who do just beat women, I feel like it says certain things about them that they're not willing to reveal or accept.
Mm-hmm.
I question those men.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right. So she says, but real men don't make men want to sell out. So I'm assuming you're saying that a man that is selling out to have sex with another man. In my experience, that ain't a man. He's always been gay. I don't see how you can be straight and you can do some gay acts for any type of thing.
Yeah, they
You
call it
definitely
fluid.
have to be into that. And I think they always been into that. I think that you just don't know it because you have this perception. If they look away, they talk away, then they're straight. In reality, they never been straight. They just catered to society and they just conformed to society, but they never been straight. So when they offer those positions, hell, they gonna take it because they don't mind doing the damn act. But you look at it as, oh my God, you sold your ass. Bitch, he been selling that ass.
But I feel like some people are open-minded. Yeah, I feel like some people are open-minded. Like they talk about, he mentioned once you go fluid, you could never have your manhood back. And I don't know if a lot of people know what he was referring to, where there are celebrities, they go fluid to where they can, deal with a male or a female, but yet still maintain whatever orientation they decide to maintain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but that's why it sounds like it was gay hate rhetoric because everything had to do with sexuality. Even though he didn't say gay, he did describe what a man. He never said that if you're a man and you decide to sleep with a woman for an opportunity, then you lost your man card.
Okay. I see where you're going.
So that's losing your integrity too. If you're sleeping with a woman you didn't want to sleep with, but you did it for a role, that's not the issue. It's about being with another man. That was a whole push. And I think most guys, that's what they took from it, being homosexual. When you be with another man, you have lost your soul. Not necessarily you sleeping with a woman for a part. That's losing your integrity. But that wasn't the agenda being pushed. So, and that podcast, they're on the opposite side of, they never talk down on men hitting women. Certain podcasts, you would never hear them shaming men hitting women. Domestic violence, they never talk about it. They don't touch it. They protect it. So they have different agendas and pushings and angles that they're going for. So that's that on that. But as far as you said the fluid, how can I say about the fluid? What I gotta say about the fluid? So what are you saying? Like people have experience later in life?
Well, in the industry, from what I've heard, so when you get into the industry, if you're a fluid person, then let's say if you go to a party, you're at an event, you could have a girlfriend. Maybe at the event, people are having intercourse. You could mess with a man, you could mess with a woman, you guys could like do whatever. And you're just fluid, but you're not particularly gay.
But those type of things, you don't have to be Hollywood to experience a a sex party. They have them on every corner. They have them at houses. They have it at hotels. At these cheap red roof hotels, they be getting it on. They have it at bachelor parties. That's where a lot of it happens too. When somebody getting married, they have the strippers, they have the freak offs, everybody getting their freak on. So it's just not a Hollywood thing. It's a Hollywood push because Hollywood have picked a side to be more progressive. So you have traditionals that want to tear down Hollywood. So they pushed out propaganda to make it seem like only Hollywood does this thing. But in fact, more people just around here does way more than I would think Hollywood. Now I haven't been to neither, but I know what goes on.
Are you just referring to the parties?
Yeah, the parties. Because when you're talking about
same gender,
you can go there and the swinger parties, they have swingers. So couples go and they change out partners, I guess, and they be with different people.
Okay, I was referring to messing with the same gender, like being with like a man being with a man, but then also being with women. And so he identifies as fluid in the industry. So the man doesn't necessarily have to, claim homosexuality in reference, like for example, somebody like Diddy, who could have relations with women and sleep with women, but then also have relations with men. So typically in the industry, they identify themselves as fluid and not particularly gay.
Or they would be just bisexual.
Yeah, they may not even identify as bisexual either.
I'll identify. What does that? I don't know. Okay. And so when he talks about the man card, what does the man card give you access to? Who created the man card?
What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. When he talks about the man card, because he said if you be with another man, then you will forever lose your man card. So I'm asking, who created the man card?
I don't know. I think that is just a construct.
Okay, something that somebody made up.
I think it might be a social construct. I think it's maybe something men understand. My brain, I don't understand it. However, I do feel like we were kind of edging at the same idea together, that it was toxic masculinity, because why does it have to specify? Why does he have to specify as a man? I mean, it should apply to both men and women. It shouldn't specifically apply to men. If it's something you don't agree with, you should have integrity as a person.
Yeah. But Regina, do you realize we're in a gender war right now?
Yes.
Like I said, it's a political push. Just like when the movie Barbie came out, you had a lot of Republicans and that type, they shamed the movie because it felt like you're emasculating the man. They wanted the traditional man. And that's why they don't shame men that beat on their women, because that's part of the traditional man. And they don't like that women are always in the forefront. They feel like that's emasculating. So it comes from their push and agenda. So it's another way to fight with social media, to fight with gaining people opinions. And they realize how powerful it is, even with lies and false propagandas. People are sheep. These people on social media, they're nothing but subjects, and they will just take it and eat it up because it's so salacious and it's so many colors and it's oversaturated. Just like a lot of these lawsuits, it's so oversaturated, but people still eat it up because people like to believe, just crazy stuff, mind-blowing stuff. So that's just where it is in that realm.
Yeah, I agree. There is a gender war that is taking place, and there's so many different facets of it. And I feel like as a community, as Black people in our community, we talk about things, we dissect things. And I was sitting back and I was wondering, when are our counterparts going to feel it? And now we see it more where, you know, the majority of the population, the Caucasian population, they're also starting to deal with their own gender war as well. So things are starting to spill over, and we're starting to see more of these issues. So I don't know. I don't know where we're going to end up.
So Melanie says the new Snow White movie was a flop. Now you have to take in place. We're in recession. Everything is a flop. Everything is high. The market, the housing market is not moving. But, you know, from a certain party, they push the narrative that it's a flop because, you know, people just don't like it. People are just not into it. And they do a whole bunch of money because they have a lot of money. That is the part that have tons of money to spare. So they push a lot of stuff to say it flopped. Look at the numbers, look at the numbers. And trying to shame Disney and trying to shame different organizations to change their minds so they can conform to their wants and needs. But just like Target, boo-boo, Target did conform and they paid for it very heavy. So yeah, it flopped. To whose standard? When you're comparing it to a society when everything was booming, everything is flocked. Have you looked at the stock market? I mean, that shit is in hell, the stock market. So, I mean, just because it's not as high as it was prior, it's to be expected. But as long as the people enjoyed that movie and the people that created enjoyed that movie, that's what matters. It shouldn't matter about all the money and the top sales. It's just whoever Disney created that movie for, did they enjoy it? I think they did. But people are trying to push an agenda and a big argument over some stuff that does not matter.
Yeah, I do feel like they make excuses for these flops, like you said, because even with shopping and, you know, the malls closing and stores closing, a lot of them I heard claim that it was just the weather, that people weren't
Hell
coming
no.
cold.
This everything is in hell right now. And we are in a recession. It may be a quiet, we are in a recession. Everything is bad. Inflation is at an all-time high. Everything is moving slow. You got so many businesses shutting down. Shit, you got the Trump administration shutting everybody out. What do you think? We're heading in a big recession. Come on. Don't fool yourself. But, you know, believe what you want to believe because at the end of the day, who does that help? I mean, I don't know what it does for you, but you know,
It
that's
helps
all
the
I can say.
billionaires.
Huh?
The billionaires, the wealthy elite.
Well, that's true too, because the billionaires, they play these subjects like pawns, don't they? They pay them real good. The billionaires laughing at you, dumb hoes. But hell, they like to be used anyway, and they feel like they're getting something. You know, it's a war out here in these social media streets, and every which way you can take, it is definitely a war.
Because all these jobs that are being cut, Trump is like, oh, we're saving the taxpayers' money. But where is the money that is being saved? Where is it going to? Who
You
is
know,
it?
he's a crook. He's a felon. It's going to his pocket. He is not to be trusted.
Because from what I heard, it's benefiting his wealthy buddies. They're making that money.
Yeah, and I think he's also a puppet too. I think that he's on a string by the higher ups, and you know, I think it's all bad. But you know that's
about the election. I remember you mentioned that you thought it was rigged, and I wanted to add to that. His bestie from South Africa, from what I was informed, he was the one who created this technology that counts the votes. I don't know.
You know, I would not trust that.
Yeah, he designed the machine that was used to count the votes.
Melanie said she believes he loves America. He loves himself, and he sees America as a reflection of his damn ego because it's all about him. But he don't love everybody in America. It's just he has placed America as his ego, as himself, and he's just a lover himself.
People forget that, well, I think people forget that his first election, like the first time he ran, was off of his hatred for Obama.
Mm-hmm. But you know why he did that, though? He did that because of the R people. That's what they paid him to do. That's what they really wanted. So he catered to a group. And when you cater to a group that's so passionate, it can help your foundation and you can just add to it. But I believe that he don't really hate Obama like so much he claimed, but it don't matter. But I do believe that he is a puppet. He is speaking for people that do hate him. He's speaking for the people that never wanted to see a colored person in the White House.
Mm-hmm. And I think you're right, because I remember, I think it was a few months ago, they showed a picture where he was, I don't know if it was his inauguration, but Obama and his wife Michelle were sitting there, and they exchanged, I don't know if it was like a smile or some term of endearment, and people were like, look at them, like all of these people are on the same page, and we thought they were beefing.
Well, I don't think nobody thought they were beefing. It was just fake news. I mean, that's what they push. In the Trump administration, you're going to get way more fake news than a little bit. And they know how much money they can make off fake news. And it's not illegal to create fake news because fake news come out all the time. And when fake news come out, other blogs going to report on it for the numbers. And you have these people that like looking at people demise. If they hate someone, like a lot of people in America, you know, on the other side race, they hate Obama. So of course it makes them feel good to see horrible stuff about them. You know, what do you say about individuals that get off with seeing people downfall? It shows a lot about their character. So that's what they get off on. You know, they jerk all day looking at bad stories about individuals that they hate, that they sleep at night thinking about these people because they have that much of hate in their mind.
Mm-hmm. You make a good point.
Mm-hmm. I told you I went to the enemy camp.
And where was that?
The enemy. Shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
But I want to know, why did Terrence decide to talk about Diddy now?
Well, one, the protest is going on today, so they was trying to find a distraction. And Diddy stories have been going down. Like nobody's been really caring about Diddy. So that's why they did the new lawsuits. Anytime where things are kind of going down with Diddy, they're always going to come up with a new crazy, bizarre lawsuit for the tabloids. And every day is always a bizarre tabloid story about Diddy. And it just keep going on and on. I mean, to the point that a lot of people, it's just like, okay, I heard enough. Like, he's in jail. Like, what else do you want? I heard enough. But some people that's infatuated with that type of stuff, and they're infatuated with Diddy, and they have a hate for something because they're so upset at life, or they hate something, that they know where to place that anger at is with Diddy. Have you ever called misplaced anger? Like, you're angry at society, you're angry at the world, and you need someone to push that on.
Yeah,
So
you need to channel it
that's
somewhere.
a lot of people do that on social media. They find someone, and all the anger that they have inside of them, they place it on that person. So it becomes a thrill for them, you know, or it becomes a community, you know, a fellowship, you know, so.
Yeah, and that reminds me of the United Healthcare worker, when everybody was like, "Oh yeah, he got him. He killed that man. Let him get away with it." I feel like a lot of that had to do with misplaced anger, because that man maybe didn't really do anything to you in particular, but because they're upset about so many other things, they were okay with Luigi getting away with murder.
Yeah, that's true. Misplaced anger. I agree with you. Melanie said they haven't heard about the protest. If you didn't hear about the protest, most likely the protest is probably protesting you. The algorithm is interesting because the things that you are entertained by, that's what they're just going to push on you. And you will not even realize it's a whole different world out there that have a different view than you, that's more popular than what you're looking at, because this algorithm, you're stuck in this zone. You don't get to see the full picture. The algorithms only paint a small picture of your interests. So that's what they're going to bombard you with. Regina, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You got so damn quiet.
Oh, I was waiting on the next topic.
Okay. So did you want to play the Terrence and Diddy?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
And gives it. So when you give up that man, man don't take it, a man gives it. So when
All right, so there it goes. A man don't take it, meaning don't take that ding along. He didn't say it, but that's what I'm assuming he's talking about. He said a man gives it. So right there, he lets you know if you are taking that D, you're not a man. Okay? Am I getting that right, Regina?
You can draw that conclusion.
But okay, you're saying that that's not what he's saying then. So what is he saying?
He's saying, well, I think he's saying, I feel like he's kind of, I don't know if he's talking about himself, but he doesn't want to say that it's him. But like if a man tries to make you gay, then
he didn't say that though. He didn't say that. And you can't make anybody gay. But he didn't say that. He says pretty much if you taking it, then you're not a man.
So then what are you if you're not a man?
I don't know. Maybe you're a woman. Trump said there's only two genders. So if you're not a man, then you're a woman. Then if you're taking it, hell. You're not a man though. Okay. The man card is gone. He said once you take it, you can no longer have that man card. Now, what does that man card get you? Because the man card is taken away, but you can still buy a house. You can still get some coochie if you want to. You can still get married to a woman. So what does that, I guess, the respect of other men like him, they won't respect you. And then what does that look like? Okay, if I don't have their respect, then who cares? I mean, why do I need their respect in order to have a happy life? Do I need his respect to have a happy life? Do I need his respect to have a long life? I'm not no, you don't. But go ahead. Go ahead, Melanie.
I think it's internal and personal. What I got from that video was this overarching theme of, don't give away your masculinity in the industry just to try to get somewhere. Don't bend over just to try to like get a role. So I didn't really see it as, I do kind of feel like you could take it as shade to gay people, but I think he was referring to men who came in not identifying as gay, but yet participating in these activities just to get certain things.
Got it.
But I think he went about it in a more kind of rigid way where it's like, you're a man, you don't do this. But maybe that's his own inner voice that maybe he was telling himself when he got into situations, because he's been in the industry for a long time. So I can't imagine that he never did anything at all. I mean, I remember him from Living Single when he had that elevator scene with what was her name? The one who was the lawyer or the attorney. And they had like that makeout scene in the elevator. So he's been in the industry when he was like probably a teen. He's probably seen some things and done some things. So I feel like it was more of like an inner voice of him telling himself, you were born a man, you are a man, this is your identity, like you shouldn't be doing this.
Mm-hmm. So let's take it bit by bit. So you're talking about, this is what you said. Let me make sure I got it clear. He's talking about men that identify as straight, but do gay things for parts.
Yeah, well, do, bend over and whatever the case may be. Yeah.
Why can I never get it right with you? Shit.
The reason why I don't want to say gay is because they may not identify it as gay. They may just see it as, oh, I'm just doing this for that, but it's not necessarily, but I'm not gay. You know what I mean? Because people may interpret it differently. They might be like, oh, okay, he said if I give him head, then I'm gonna get this part and it's gonna be a 3-year contract. I'm not gay. I'm just doing this.
Okay. Okay, so
I guess we could call it gay activities, but we'll go with that. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. All right, so what does that mean? Okay, so you're straight. Say I'm a straight man. I'm a straight man, and I gave him some head, and I'm saying, okay, I'm not gay because I'm not into it sexually, but I just did it anyway. So now what?
I guess he's trying to say that if you do that, your man card gets taken away.
Okay, but what if, okay, my man card taken away, now what?
Now you're always going to have that in your head. It never goes away because it wasn't your identity or who you wanted to be. And you associate it with something that you wouldn't normally do. So even though you just did it for the role, you just did it for the money, now for the rest of your life, you're like, dang, I can never forget that I gave so-and-so head and it wasn't even worth it for this role. And I'm a man, I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you just pray to God and just God will forgive you. And shit, people fornicate all the time. And you just gonna have to move on. And the only person that can heal that is God. But that can be solved. Like, that is not, you shouldn't allow that to be a burden on your life forever. You only have one life to live. You only get a second to be on this planet Earth. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop living in victimhood. Okay, you did it. It's done with. Move on.
But imagine as a man, right? As a male, women were more emotional. If you a female, you mess with a female or whatever, you didn't like it, you were like, okay, I don't do that no more, I move on. But a dude who identifies as straight, who did something like that, maybe they don't have a homeboy they could tell. They feel like they got to take it to their grave.
They should take it to their grave. But I think it's projection. I think that in reality, guys take shit to their grave all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Guys take bodies to their grave. How many people they didn't took out? Guys take being involved with another man to their grave and they move on. You would never know. Shit.
Yeah, you're right.
But so I'm not understanding. It seems like it's projecting. It's more so the person may deal with some shit, that's on them, but I don't think majority of them is dealing with a lot of shit, because I think they got a lot of bodies and a lot of stuff and they're just gonna keep on moving on. Like most of these people and criminals out here. I mean, that's just like saying that most people in jail, they would come up and say, hey, I killed my wife. I stole money from my mama because it's bothering me so bad because my integrity. And I just want to come forward and just be honest. Motherfuckers not thinking like that. That's not how they operating. But that is how people project it. That's what they think. But that's a false idea that you would think a person would. Just like yesterday, I was talking about police. And I was like, what? Police lie? And I was acting all shocked and shit. The idea that's pushed that, police are honest people that are here to protect and serve. That is the propaganda. But is that true? No. When the police lie and they do crimes, do you think they can't sleep at night? Do you think they're like, damn, I done fucked up, I just lied, or I just did something horrible? I think they sleep good in that night. Now, you do have a few individuals that may struggle with it, but I think for the most part, humans, they gonna keep pushing on. Shit, that's how I think most humans are operating.
Yeah, you make a good point about that. I do think that it depends on the person, and I feel like if it's an individual that maybe they were bi-curious or is something that they became okay with, they would it would probably be easier for them to acclimate towards that type of activity. But when it comes to somebody like he was saying, as a man, as a man, as a man, if you associate manliness with not messing with stuff like that, then that can be something that's a hard pill to swallow, even for the rest of your life. Maybe killing somebody, taking somebody out, you might be like, well, I did it because so and so did something to my cousin. You
I
know, so
disagree.
justifying that.
It sounds like projection, because if that's the case, I mean, you have so many down low men that mess with a man probably one time and they're living a good life. They don't think about it and they just move on. I mean, that's the reality of it. And I think people don't want that to be that easy for them. So they want to push the shame on them to have them think, you're a man, you're a man, you're a man. What is that? What does that mean? I mean, they still got dick and nuts, right? They still are able to penetrate a girl and get her pregnant. So what did that man can't do in the future that you can, or what's the what?
So much of what he can't do, but it's just that it's almost like they felt like they betrayed themselves by doing that.
Well, shit, men betray themselves all the time. I mean, when you go before God and you say, hey, God, you know, I'm going to honor my wife and all this, and they stay betraying their fucking wife, they do this all the time.
But they don't see that as not being a man.
So but that's what I was talking about. That goes to the point earlier. When you do gay stuff or you gay, then you're not a man.
Well, to a straight man, they see it as a man, I can't be doing that.
Well, you shouldn't be doing it if that's not who you are. A straight man ain't gonna do it. I believe that if you are doing stuff that way, you're not straight. So a straight man can't do it. It's impossible because you're straight. But I guess you're saying that if a straight man tripped and sucked the dick, I mean,
I think there's so many different factors, you know, involved.
Now let's switch it. Okay, a gay man eating some coochie. Damn. So is he straight?
People do that for money. You know, a gay man will probably do it for some money. Even if he's not into it, he'll probably be disgusted. But he'll be like, okay, yeah, let me get that 50K. Ugh. Okay,
so let's go with that. $50,000 for a gay man to eat some coochie. So what did that do? Is his manhood taken away?
Well, if he's gay, it depends on what he identifies as. Look, if he said he's
gay man, he identified gay man. But
if he's a gay man, he's still gonna be a gay man. He does not enjoy it.
I'm so lost. So no card is taken away from him because he went against his integrity.
Well,
as a gay man,
no card was taken. His gay card.
Your gay card got to be taken because as a gay man, you cannot be eating the opposite gender. You know, you should feel horrible about yourself. How can you sleep with yourself at night? You a gay man,
get away with it.
And you eating some coochie.
Gay men be messing with their friends out here, and it's fine. They be messing with their straight
girlfriends. Wait, that ain't right. See, I'm pissed off because if you're a gay man, be a real gay man. Damn it! Don't be out here. Don't be out here faking it because you lost your gay card. Once you lose your gay card, honey, it ain't
just playing around. They just playing.
That's why people need to go get some therapy because you got these gay men sleeping and eating coochie, and they know that's not what they're for, but they doing it to get these parts, okay? They doing it to conform to society. So, yeah.
If you a gay man or a straight man, all right, You
Now,
are
to me, it's
struggling.
all bullshit. It's just like, it's just, to me, this is how I honestly feel about it. Okay, I cannot stand gay. I don't want to say that. I cannot stand zesty mother suckers. Okay. And, you know, if you zesty, you just not a man. I want to be able to put up a wall to make a difference between me and you. I'm going to be a man, but you cannot say that because we can't be the same. We gonna have to have some borders or boundaries around this shit because I can't be what you do, and I can't have the same label and you doing what you do. Like, you know, that's how I feel like it's more so. Because honestly, that's just how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my perspective of it. What you think, Regina?
Wait, let me try to understand this correctly. You're saying that you like men should not be zesty?
No, I'm acting a part, girl.
Okay, so
The
help me understand
perspective,
it a little bit better.
the perspective. Okay, so if I was Terrence Howard and pretty much saying in my perspective that, you know, if you are a man, okay, this key word, straight man. He didn't say straight man, but when you're a man, man is straight. And you bend over, gay, then you lose your man card. You're not a man anymore because you did some gay shit. Okay. And I don't want you to identify like me because I want a separation. I'm a real man and you ain't no man.
Mm-hmm.
That's all, folks.
Where's the question, Gigi?
Oh shit! I just made a statement. I just made a statement. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but all this and all that, what does it solve? What does it does? I guess it push a message in those that you know, believe or feel a certain way. I don't know. You know, when you heard it, what did it do for you? I think that I don't know. What did you hear? What did it do for you?
When I heard it, I don't know. I didn't take it deeply. You know, I just listened to what he was saying. When he mentioned Justin, I was like, what he got to do with this? Like, why we always got to throw him into the bag? He over there minding his business.
But you know what? Let me interrupt you. I wish Justin would get some balls and just speak up for himself. Stop doing these subliminals. Just say, hey, I'm not gay. Or I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. Fight back. It just seems like he's ignoring it. And maybe it's good for him to ignore it. But it seems like they're picking on him. It feels like they're bullying him. Social media is bullying him. They keep on picking with this guy and using him and weaponizing his story, if it is a story, to go against Diddy. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's right, but they don't care about the mindset of Justin. They say they do, but they really don't. If you're constantly badgering and any tweet that he does, you pervert it to make it mean something that it did not. You add to it so you can push your agenda on Diddy, who you hate.
Yeah.
It's like weaponizing and bullying. If he is suffering, let him suffer in peace. Let him figure it out, because clearly you ain't gonna help and you can't help. You can preach, oh, that ain't helping that motherfucker. Okay. But that's not on that. But Tough Woman says, I don't believe a bi-curious man who has been in an engagement with another man would be able to have a happy relationship or marriage with a woman. But Tough Woman, are straight men happy in marriages with women? You hear straight men every day on a podcast says they're not happy in these relationships. They are in a relationship, but they're not happy. So I don't think that determines anything. I believe that you do have some gay men that are happy in a relationship with their woman.
Mm-hmm.
I know a gay man right now. He's with his woman. His woman knows that he has a boyfriend, and she has her massage guy that she fools around with. They have kids. They stay together for the kids. Anything happens or you like family stuff, they come together as a couple. They stay together. They live together. But he has his thing on the side with his boyfriend, and she has her thing, you know, and they make it work for them. I think everybody is different and people going to make it work for them. And I think people that trying to conform to some of this fantasy that's not realistic, they're having the most horrible time because they expect one thing, but they're getting another. Just like Cardi B, she's expecting this Offset to be something that he's never been. Versus just accepting a person for who they are and knowing who they are and just coming together. And if you want to create that bond, so be it for whatever reason.
Yeah, I agree. Because it really depends on the parameters of that marriage and what each individual wants in that marriage. And I've also heard of lavender marriages too, where this takes place.
What's lavender?
So I believe it's where a gay person is with a straight person. I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
Gay person with a straight person. I don't know. It's a lot of labels, and I don't know if these labels even mean anything, to be honest with you. But she says it would be a problem that always be in an open relationship in which he or she would not be faithful to each other. But tough news, well, tough woman, isn't it most of these heterosexual relationship, ain't they getting cheated on?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, straight people are in open relationships too. So what's the difference? As long as A and B, they have a good friendship, they're honest, and I think they're more honest with each other than someone that's trying to act like they're not cheating and pretend and really not happy. I mean, these two, they're just best friends, honestly. They get along, everything is out. You know, the wife, she still covers for her husband. She'll tell her husband, you know, certain things to cover for him. She's always going to cover for him, and he's going to cover for her. So the kids, well, one of the oldest daughter, she know what's going on, but the youngest, I don't know if she knows. But shit, everybody gonna have problems. You're dealing with two people.
Yeah, and I was just going back to what we were talking about earlier. I wanted to ask you what you
Go ahead, baby. Regina, you got me all night. We best friends at this point, girl. What's up?
So
we best friends.
What you thought?
You can ask me anything with Gigi with the T. I'm changing the program. I'm an open book now. Okay.
Okay. So in chapter 2.
Right. Okay, girl, this chapter 10. Okay. Shit.
No, but this is an example going back on Terrence. So let's say straight man and gay man. You're about to be homeless. You can't pay your rent. You don't know where the money's coming from. You lost your job. And the individual's like, all right, I'm going to pay you $50,000. And all you got to do is this sex act. We'll go to a hotel. Nobody needs to know. And then I'm going to give you the money.
Well, okay, let me speak for myself.
Yeah.
Let me see. If Jordan Woods was like, come on, eat this coochie, girl. And I don't like doing that shit. Okay. For $50K, I'd probably be like, did you see Regina? I'd be like this.
Yeah, I saw.
And that's it. Be okay, one my 50, bitch. Okay.
Exactly. So that's my point. That is my point. And it's that when people
but Regina, I'm not gonna cry about it, and you ain't gonna shame me about doing that shit. I did it. So what? And I moved on.
Well, that works for most people, but I guess not everybody, especially if you end up having to do it again, or if the person is like, remember when you did XYZ? If you don't come over here and do, you know, some more.
Yeah, well, you're getting blackmailed. That's different, getting blackmailed.
Yeah.
But shit. But okay, all right. Okay, hold on. Now, if it was Precious, right? And she said $50K, I would not do it. So I wouldn't do it for every woman. but I'm not attracted to no woman. But I wouldn't do it for every woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for Jordan Woods for 50K, I would. But I have no sexual attraction. But shit, it's just me licking my tongue at this point.
Yeah, so I feel like even a straight man, he'll be like, I'm down on my luck. And I feel like it's like that with celebrities who come into the game who are vulnerable, sometimes extremely talented, sometimes not so much. And they're down on their luck. They spent their last penny just to present themselves and to be able to showcase their talent. And now this is the only thing that's separating them from getting their money. And I also think that we need to remember that people will put money before their integrity. They'll put money at a much higher pedestal than their own personal beliefs, and choices about themselves can go out the window when you talking about a $1.5 million deal that could completely change their life, their family's lives, their children's lives, and all that.
Well, yeah, people would take you out of here, I think. And probably, I mean, would you take somebody out of here for $1 million?
No, because I don't care about money.
Okay. Well, do you think a lot of people will have low integrity? The average person? Let's ask that question. The average person, if you told them you wanted certain body to be taken out of here, and you just say, hey, this is a little liquid, put poison in a drink, and that's going to take them out. And I just need you to do it, and I'll give you $5 million. How many of the common people, not Hollywood, the common people will actually take that little poison and put it into somebody's drink to take them out of here for $5 million? Press 1 if you feel like a good 75% of Americans would do it. 2 if you feel like only 50%. 3 if you feel like only 30%. 4 if you feel like only 5% would do it.
Let's see.
Well, they saying no way they would not do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Tommy, is that Tammy?
But how many Americans do you think would do it? The average person.
I don't know.
I think most of these motherfuckers would do it. I think Trump would do it. I think Elon Musk would do it. If they have to take a little poison and put it in somebody and take them out of here, they would do it. Especially if it's somebody they already hate.
I feel like a lot of people are good to that extent. I don't think that many people would do it, but I do think that there are select groups of people, and I feel like, especially in the industry, when they put hits on people, they know where to find those kinds of people. There are groups of people that are evil that have no problem doing it. But
Regina, people kill every day. There are deaths on the news. Every day, people are dying in the streets all around the world. So you can't sit up here and tell me, and most of y'all, I don't know what reality you're living in, but majority of this world, there are a lot of killings every single day, and they're for free. They're for free. And these are common people. These are people that's not trying to be in Hollywood, but because they either get mad or they're in their feelings. You cannot tell me most of these motherfuckers wouldn't even do that for $5 million and can get away with it. How to get away with murder? Most of them would do it, and especially if it's somebody they don't like, especially if you have a straight like Terrence, like those type of men. If you say, okay, put this poison in a zesty man, flaming person drink, you don't like their ass anyway, get them out of here. Would you do it for $5 million? Hell yeah, they'll do it.
You think you do it? I don't know.
They would do it. They would do it in a heartbeat. They would do it. If you have certain religious people say, hey, okay, put this and put in a drink, and this is to a prostitute. She's been prostituting. She gave 2 guys the virus. Take her ass out of here. They would do it. These are humans you're talking about. I feel that they would do it. Hell, Americans go to war Americans are taking people out every day with their taxpayers' dollar in war. I mean, we got here from bloodshed. I mean, our ancestors, the people that bought and sold us, killed our ancestors. I mean, these are humans. These are the predators of the predators. And doing slavery and all that, it was no Hollywood. These are humans you're talking about.
Yeah, that part's crazy to me.
I
They
mean,
really had no care for human life.
No, well, that's not their perspective, Regina. Their perspective is they never saw you as a human to begin with. They saw you as subjects, okay? And in certain religions, it gives them right to do so. So it's their belief. And majority of everything that's society is based on belief. It's based on a man saying, hey, this is what it should be. People are following and they run with the narrative. I mean, everything that we see is based on a man's perspective or somebody had a vision. This came from somebody's mind. What I have on, it came, somebody had a vision. Everything that we see exists, it came from somebody's mental space, except for, you know, the water and just natural things that are here. That's not, is not man created.
So when you were mentioning not seeing them as people, were you referring to the slave owners?
Those and people, your African people that sold you off, you know. And back in those times, they just saw, you know, and not even just slaves, but people that was below other people in stations. They always saw them as their subjects because they always had more power. You could not sit with them. It wasn't mixed in, you know. They always had the class, you know. Even if you're in the wrong, I mean, even if you're in the right, you're still going to be in the wrong because they're of a different higher class than you, and you have to know your place because you're a subject. Okay.
I remember this. So when I went to Nigeria, I was learning about, like, I would go to like the museums to learn about their history. And just one in particular was the Igbos, and they had 3 classes of people. They had the lowest class of people, which were the individuals that were dedicated to gods. So these people could be sacrificed, they could be, you know, they could be used however, but they were basically slaves that were dedicated to gods. And even though they were also Igbos, they could not marry those individuals of that lowest class. And then you had the middle class people who were slaves that were also owned by the upper class Igbos, but they could work for a certain period of time. And then after that period of time, if they married a higher level Igbo, then they were no longer a slave. Or they could ask for like their freedom after working for a set period of time. But yeah, I mean, and I think at some point, what I learned is that they finally came up with the law where they got rid of it, but it still has undertones of that. And that's just one of the many African tribes.
Yeah. Now, Kappa, like I said, this is the GGT. So here you can just ask me anything. It's an open space, and I appreciate you being very sensitive about the sensitive topic or the subject dealing with me. But when I'm doing like topics and it's like title, I'm talking about a specific topic. That's I like to say on that. And I don't like to, you know, try to make me the topic. You know, I've been the topic and I don't care. You know, I've been there, done that. But let's go to it. So she asked me, Gigi, I did not want to offend, and I appreciate you for being sensitive. But with your transformation, are you attracted to men, right? Okay. I've always been attracted to men. But guess what? I'm picky. I'm not attracted to all men. Kappa, I reject more men than I can count. I'm not attracted. Even before my transformation, I was not attracted to all men. It's only a certain type of man, and it's a small percentage of men. I go outside and I see men all day, and majority of them I'm not attracted to. So that's that on that. You know, I don't know, Regina, are you attracted to all men?
Absolutely not. I'm sick of these dusties.
Ah,
I feel like they look at my face and they're like, "Oh, she's, she gives everybody an opportunity because I look like such a nice person." But I'm like, the ones and the twos, please have a seat.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of men, I mean, now I think just in the world period, people have gotten more confident and emboldened to try it because they see so many, mixed matches as far as relationship. Right now we're seeing stuff we never saw when we were growing up. So it's like, hey, miracles can happen, things can happen. We see beautiful girls that look beautiful with a person that may not be that attractive, or a person that is disabled, or a person that don't have money. So it encourages other people to say, hey, you just never know. And they are getting their love. They are. It's just I just don't want to put I don't want to do it. But okay, another thing. If Biggie Smalls was like, I wouldn't, rest in peace, Biggie Smalls, but I wouldn't do it with Biggie Smalls if he said, okay, 50K. No, dog, you're gonna have to do that to 10 million, okay?
Well, they wasn't moving that type of money around that time.
God damn. Oh shit. How long is it gonna last, Biggie? Okay. Shit. If little Kim can do it, hey. Oh my goodness. And Regina, I already know you're gonna say no, 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 no.
Oh, for Biggie?
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Kappa said he a man. I'm sorry. I thought you was a woman. I apologize, Kappa. Please forgive me.
I just want to say RIP to him and his mom.
Oh, the Biggie, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, okay. So let's continue on with this thing right here.
Give up that man card. You don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that.
Are you saying what I think you're saying? I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that man card back. Now,
Yeah,
what
I said what I said.
What is that man card gonna do? What is the man card? Let's go.
You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right.
One time. Well, okay, what if you was born a man, then you transitioned, then you went back to being a man? I've been seeing a lot of detransitioners. So I guess they entered the man again. I don't know. I'm just talking crap. Okay, let's go.
Anything for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that is always been.
He just making up shit. You lose spiritual energy. What is the spiritual energy you lose?
So that's why I was saying that there was religious undertones to what he was talking about, because and research has actually proven this. Research has proven this, that when it gets down to it, you know how like as human beings, everything is made up of matter, right? And then you have the atoms that come together to create substances. And so then when you get down to the smallest form, it's all just vibrations. We're all just vibrations. So the energy piece really makes sense. But I think what he's trying to refer to is when you come into the industry, you have a certain level of innocence. And if you haven't partaken in certain activities, you have a certain level of innocence. And then when you do something like that, that go against who you identify as, then that innocence is taken away. And who you were before is a part of it is gone, and you can never go back to that.
I don't understand that part. Okay, so let's tackle that part. Okay, so, okay, say that part again.
What part?
Okay, when you go into the world, because to me, okay, going to the industry, just dealing with world, same difference. You're innocent, but then you identify as straight.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Identify as straight, meaning that you don't partake in sexual activities with men.
Not necessarily. That means that you just identify that way. It's a lot of men that identify straight, but they still dibble and dabble. Identification is nothing but a label. It's just like, okay, this dress is Balenciaga. Now it means something to you because it's Balenciaga, but at the end of the day, it's just a fucking dress. But it means certain to different people. That's why people put labels on them so they can be perceived a certain way. It does more for the public than for yourself. It depends on how you are mentally. If you're projecting and you're always thinking about what people are thinking about me, then that's one thing. Then of course, because you're always projecting everybody else's on you. But okay, identifying as straight and you doing some hanky panky.
I think he's referring to himself, though, that in his mind, that if he's not partaking, that he doesn't partake in his mind, not partaking in homosexual activities is how he identifies as being a man or as straight. So it's not just a label, but the label ties into behavior.
I'm not getting it. Okay, so now you want me to look at Terrence. So Terrence is saying, what about Terrence?
What was the last thing he said?
I don't know, because I was generalizing because I thought he was speaking in generalization. He wasn't really talking about himself.
Okay.
But now you say look at it in a perspective where it's just about Terrence.
Yeah, because I think he's speaking from his perspective and how he understands it.
So he understands as how? Like if he identifies as straight.
Yeah, so, okay, so I think it goes, okay. So he was saying when you come into the world as a man, right? Isn't that what he was saying? Something like that?
You only got one time to be a man.
Okay, right.
And once you do it, you're not no man no more.
Yeah.
So
that's his interpretation.
Yeah. So I guess you're a woman because you're not a man. And it's only two genders. So go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think he's being like black and white practical.
I know I'm just being jokish because, it's a joking situation. Go ahead.
So yeah, I feel like for him, what he's trying to say is I connected to the industry because he's in the industry, and I feel like that might be what he's referring to because I'm trying to figure out what else he would really be talking about other than that. But that when you come in, you may come in with like this wholesome perception or a certain perspective. And then if you engage in, activities that isn't originally who you identified yourself to be, then it changes.
If you're a straight man and you identify straight and you mess around with another man, and then it changes you. It changes you to have more experience with another man. It changes you.
I think he's trying to say it also affects you on a deeper level. Like you'll never be that same person that you saw yourself as before.
And he's speaking from himself because he's been through that.
I'm thinking maybe he's
because if he hasn't been through that, how could he say that if he's never walked in those shoes?
That makes a lot of sense.
Have he walked through those shoes before?
Because he sounds really passionate, but then again, he is an actor.
But he's an actor, and it's all for show. You know, you can't believe no actors. But okay, if I identify as a Christian and I start lying, how is that going to affect me?
You're a lying Christian.
I know, but I may not can sleep at night, right? But then why do I lie the next day? And why am I cheating? And I stay cheating, but I'm a Christian. But it seems like my identity is conflicting with my actions, but yet
Very much so.
I'm a Christian.
You need to act like it then. You got to work on that.
But all the Christians are acting the same.
Yeah, so then what's the real definition of a Christian? Let's go back to the Bible. What does it say?
The Bible is not even, they said Jesus was not even a Christian. It wasn't even Christian at that time. Christians was not even invented. Christian is something made up after Jesus' death. So it's all what man decides and what man pushes.
Social constructs.
Bullshit. I mean, nowadays they say all these Baptists and Protestants, I don't know, so many different, they all have beef with each other behind the scenes.
Yep, that's true.
I don't fall victim to none of it. The
religion?
No, I was raised in religion, so I know how it is. I know everything.
So what do you mean you don't fall victim to none?
Meaning that I don't fall into the hocus pocus. Okay, I believe this way and I'm going to hate you because you believe this way and I feel like you wrong and all this bickering back and forth. That's what they get involved in. And at the end of the day, from their perspective, either you're going to have a whole bunch of Christians in hell, you're going to have a whole bunch of Catholics in hell, you're going to have a whole bunch of Muslims in hell, right?
Yeah.
All of them going to go, and they can be straight as hell. You can be a straight Muslim, but by the Christian definition, heterosexual Muslims are going to burn in hell, along with the homosexuals.
Yep.
By the Muslim definition, all the heterosexual Christians going to go to hell, along with the homosexuals.
So who going to make it in?
It ain't my struggle to worry about that. That's if you believe that then that's your burden on earth. That's what you will always have to have a burden with. If you fall victim into that. So so if you're a homosexual and they say you're gonna go to hell, at least you know you're gonna be with either the Muslims or the Christians, one of them. Okay. Because they say it's only one way. It's only one way. God is a jealous God now. Okay. They're not gonna have a Muslim section, a Christian section, and all that. But that's why the Christians and the Muslims, that's why they fought. It's a lot of Christians that have died and Muslims that have died because of man beliefs.
Yeah.
All over of a man belief. You have so many people that's innocent, that's dead, and they don't find no fault in that. It's no problem with that. Nobody talks about that because that's just what it is. That's how you get power, is to get these subjects and to trick them. I think the people at the top, they know what's real and what's not, but I feel like the people at the top and the people at the bottom, they can't be knowing the same thing, you know? So the puppet can't know they're a puppet because they got to feel like they're real.
From my understanding, the radicalized Muslims, I'm not talking about the real chill ones. I'm talking about the ones that's like going to war and, you know, shooting and doing all of the extra stuff. They, based on their religion, and if anybody is Muslim, they can correct me, believe that they, you know, if they need to, they can kill for Allah if the person like refuses to submit or serve or whatnot. That if it comes down to it and they need to kill people for it, then that's what they got to do. And then from my understanding, and
Listen, I'm with the Christians right now.
yeah, in the Bible, it says that
I'm not with that. I don't care. I don't like that stance. So I'm anti that religion right there. I can't. Okay. And I even dated Muslims, but I couldn't deal with them because they were too controlling. But go ahead.
Yeah, and then with the Christian religion, on the opposite end is that you need to be ready to die for God. You need to be ready to lay down your life. So if somebody's
You said that's the Christian people?
Yeah.
Yeah, girl. And I had that belief when I was a child. And I'm so pissed off that I had that belief, you know, as a child. And I didn't know what I was getting engaged in. You know, what they call grooming. That's how you were. You're groomed as a child in those religions. And you don't even know what the hell is going on. Because I remember as a child, I'd be like, I'll die for God. And we'll do this test. If somebody put a pow to your head and they say, you got to be against God, would you take the bullet and say, you'll die for God? Or would you denounce God and say, that's not my God? And we'd be like, oh, I'm going to die for God. Hit me with the bullet. I think that is so dangerous. And I'm a child. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. You know, I look back and I'm like, what the fuck? But it's pushed, it's accepted, and it's tradition, you know. But I think it's sad, and I think it's abuse, and I'm not for it at all. And I have been a victim of that. But go ahead.
Your brain was still developing, so
child, they got me drinking blood and bread, the Christian rituals. They had me at the Catholic school talking to a pope by myself, a grown man by myself, trying to what's your intimate sin? You can tell me. I don't know you. Why would I tell you anything? God is looking at you. I know you done something wrong. All you have to do is confess. That was so fucking weird to me. The first time I had to do that, and then you just have to keep doing it. I don't know this Pope man, but I was forced to believe that he's close to God, you know, and that's just how it is. But go ahead, Regina.
Oh, I was listening.
Oh, yeah, I'm done, but go ahead. I thought I cut you off.
No, you did not. But yeah, so when it comes to the Catholic priest, me personally, you know, my belief is I believe in Jesus. You know, I haven't been in church and I don't know how long, but that's my faith. But of course, you know, I like to listen to people and I'm very open and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the priests are concerned, I mean, you really don't have to tell priests your business. That's between you and God.
Yeah, but I was raised differently. You had to, you know, because that's a man that's close to God and he knowing everything anyway. And as long as I confess to the Pope, because I have teaching from Lutheran, Catholic, and Baptist and Christian non-denomination. Those were my upbringings. So with ain't it a mess, girl? All these religions.
No, I feel like that helps you build experience to get understanding.
I don't know. I think it kind of messed me up more, to be honest with you, because it's a whole bunch of pretending. It's a whole bunch of phoniness and projecting, you know?
Yeah.
I was really never myself. I was always performing and I always got rewarded by performing. I mean, there's so many parents that looked at me as a child and wished their child was like me because I was just so good at performing.
Yeah, that's tough. And they really kind of like hold you up to the standard, a certain standard.
I'm like, ooh, they're gonna be pissed off when they find out, right? And see, that's the thing right there, Regina, because they might feel like, damn, you moved out the state and you done sold out. Bitch, I've always been me.
Yeah.
I was just performing for you. Yes, I had that identity, but in your mind, because you're as ignorant to it, and like y'all said about Angie Stone, your discernment was low. You didn't have good what was that? You didn't have good you didn't have good discernment. You couldn't see it, you couldn't see the spirit, you didn't have good discernment. But I knew that discernment shit was bullshit when I was a child. My parents, when they caught me listening to certain music I didn't supposed to listen to, rap, because rap and secular music was not allowed in my household because it was a Christian household and only Christian stuff should be in the household. But I didn't know they were going through my stuff. I didn't have any privacy. They would go through everything that I have, right? And when I got home, it was like, okay, we need to have a talk. God said we need to have a talk, right? God said this, Regina. This is what God is telling. And God is telling us that you have something you want to tell us. God is watching. And I'm like, shit, God knows.
Is he telling on me?
Then they say the Holy Ghost sometime. Then it's because it's three. They believe in the Holy Ghost, God, and Trinity, and something like that. And then I'm like, I don't give a damn. God knows, whatever. I'm like, I don't know what y'all talking about. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I ain't read myself out. And they're like, you get another chance. Come on, don't lie, because they just want it to work. They just want me to just confess. Confess all my life. Confess. Do y'all really want me to confess in this bitch? See, y'all don't want that. But anyway,
the truth. They can't handle the truth.
They don't want the truth. They want their truth. Okay. So I didn't say anything. So eventually they pulled it out in like a CD or a tape. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this doing in the house? And then it get all loud. What is this doing in the house? Oh my God. Do you know what you have done? Do you know what you have done? Mind you, I'm a child girl. And I'm like, fuck, I'm going to hell. I'm already going to hell. Shit. You know what I mean? It's like, we're going to listen to it line by line. Okay, what does that say? Do you know what that means? That is horrible. And you're listening to that in our house, and you disobeyed, and you know what the word said about disobedient children. You know. And it's like, fuck, okay. But then when I start doing some stuff and they ain't catch on, I'm like, damn, Holy Spirit ain't working today. Shit. Holy Spirit ain't, how y'all didn't catch that shit? Okay. Holy Spirit ain't working. Okay. And then I just realized that they just been manipulating me my whole childhood with religion. All this has just been a manipulation. So I said, I got to play it back. I started playing the game too. So that's how that worked. Shit.
So you decided, let me play this religion thing to appease them?
Of course, because I realized, like, if you're being yourself, you're not going to get rewarded. You're always going to get, demonetized. It's just like how I guess maybe a down low man is. And you realize when you're conforming, when you change who you are, when you lose your integrity, right? To be something that you're not, then you're getting rewarded by society. So what does that say as well?
That people prefer what it's less about you and more about them and what they want.
It is. It's definitely more about society and what society wants for you and wanting you to conform to what they want for you versus with just being yourself. But in this world, you really can't be yourself. And then you see people that have been it, well, they doing it. Well, shit. You don't know that person makeup. You don't know how they were raised. You don't know the stumbling blocks. You don't know a lot of things. Everybody is not the same. Just because one person can do it don't mean the next. We ain't the same. Everybody is different.
And in the moment
we learn different, we have different strengths. We just different. I mean, this ideology that we're all the same, that is so false. We're not.
And in the moment that you start being yourself, they go, Oh my gosh. I never thought that you would do that. I never thought
You
that
sold your soul. They got you.
like you. That is
Oh my God.
you've never been like that. And I'm just like, but you didn't know me to begin with. I've always been like this.
Yeah, but Regina, where was your discernment then? You
Okay.
didn't discern that? Come
I didn't care.
on. Well, yeah, but that's something that they weaponize and use. So I know how to weaponize it too.
Okay.
Yeah. I know how to fit in with the best of them, girl. Okay. Now some people are asking questions. I'm sorry, I didn't get to answer everybody's question. Okay. I believe that God is watching me. Therefore, I live my life according to his plan. Amen. You know, you got to do what's best for you and how you believe, and that's how you believe. I think that's good. You should never be in trouble. You should never do anything wrong. I think that goes to the saying that I fear God, because if you fear him, then should you really be doing anything sinning? You should be above sinning and lying and cheating and fornicating. You should be above all that and having ungodly thoughts and gossiping about people you shouldn't be gossiping about. If I was down and out, ride or die, one of those religious people, I will be around religious people, people, and I would just be doing the work of God 24/7. I wouldn't be gossiping and doing, all this stuff. If it's not serving God, it will have no purpose in my life.
Well, I feel like we're gonna
Now,
stand.
that's not me saying that. That's me saying if I was, one of those people.
Well, I feel like, oh, I'm getting tired. I feel like we're gonna stand.
Regina, you can't get tired. I'll get her some soda.
We're gonna sin anyway. We like that's what we do. We are sinners.
No. You have to be above sin because you fear God and you are watching like God is watching you. So if you have that mindset and you are spiritual, girl, meaning that you have been fasting, so you don't have a weakness to your flesh. So you should not be tempted by the world, because this world and this is nothing but a test. So why fall for Satan temptation? And God is watching you. If you have that idea that God is watching you all the time, you will not sin. No, because what if you sin and then you die? Then what? Then you're gonna burn forever.
Well, I don't think it works like that because then nobody will make it in and nobody can be perfect.
Well, it does work that way, sweetheart, and it's only a small few that will make it. That most will be burning.
It literally says people are born into sin. We would if we could get to
Yeah, nobody was born Christian. Nobody identified as Christian coming out the womb. That's why you have to do all that confession and stuff. You were not born a Christian. That's something that you picked up along the way.
But if we could get to the point of perfection, then we wouldn't really need a savior because we were able to do it ourselves.
Okay, I'm role playing. But that's not true because you needed him to die on the cross for your sins.
Right. And that also ties into the fact that you'll never be perfect, so you can never save yourself.
Well, you can never be perfect because perfection meaning that you have never seen ever. But when you go to God, you have sinned before, and that is your testimony. But going forward, you should not be sinning at all.
I mean, I know that there's a verse that says that you shouldn't continue on sinning. However, I understood that to referring to a specific type of sin. Like, let's say, for example, if you was like stealing and then you learn that you shouldn't steal, then okay, stop stealing. But
you know, all of it. You know you should not be fornicating. You know you not should be cheating. You know you shouldn't be lying on your taxes. You know you should not be gossiping, talking about Beyonce and these celebrities and world. You know that's gossip is a sin. You know, God, press one if you know gossiping is a sin. You know it's a sin. My God. My God. Man, get yourself in the word. If you read that Bible as much as you on the internet, as much as you on TikTok, as much as you on Instagram, maybe things will roll better in your life. That's what I'm saying now.
Yeah.
See, I know I'm not going to get an amen. That's why I got an amen already up in me. Okay. I got that from a pastor. I got an amen all the way up in me. Okay. And even though I'm not religious, anymore, I was just raised that way. I still like listening to, pastors and stuff like that. I still listen to it because it's good teachings. I feel like it's good teachings and it's inspirational. And it has a lot of value.
Yeah. I haven't really watched them. Like, I know I have a friend who likes watching the African preachers, but it just sounds, like a lot of personality. And I'm still sitting there trying to figure out what is the point. The examples be so off. And I'm like, what does got to do with the word? I don't, a lot, how the preachers be yelling at you.
They're so emotional, but that's in a black church. I've never seen the white people do that.
Yeah, I don't like that. Don't yell at me. And if you're doing too much spitting on the mic, I feel like, that's too close. Even if it's through the screen, I feel like I might catch some of that spit.
Yeah.
Like, don't be, if you too aggressive, too much sweating going on, I'm a little concerned. And then the white preachers, the message be boring.
I don't feel that way when I listen to white speakers. When I listen to white people like Catholics and stuff, I just feel like it's so plain, it's so simple. And I do like listening to that, depending on who it is. Like everybody is different. Like I don't listen to everybody. It's only certain people I like. And then it's some people I do like listen to, and they may yell, and I might like their yelling, but I don't like everybody yelling, but I like their yelling.
You ever watched BET? There used to be this preacher at midnight, and he would always go, "And God," like literally at the top of his lungs. He used to wake me up at night. I'm like, "Oh, who's yelling?" And then it's that man that preacher on the TV at midnight. Like, what? It's stuff like that. I'm like, what? I mean, I want to learn more too, but when I listen to the messages, sometimes I'm like, I already know this story. I heard this story over and over again, But which preachers do you watch?
I don't want to tell you guys.
It's a secret.
It is, because they're sacred to me. So, and I feel like when you tell somebody the pastor you listen to, they're always going to tell you some horrible stuff. And I'm sure I don't give a damn if they got horrible stuff. I like to listen for my own satisfaction. I get value from it. And what I like, it's sacred. If I decide to let the public in, that's me. But what I like and who I like is sacred to me. So I'll keep them to myself.
I like the worship. That's what I like. I like the singing. I'm here for that. But the messages is what really I'll be like, oh my gosh.
All right, so I'll play some more.
Pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family and do all those things, when you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people.
All right. So he said, when you give up your manhood, he never saw anybody recover from it. So why don't you just name some names? Shit.
Yeah.
Did Puffy recover from it?
I don't know. Maybe Puffy's conscience is different. Maybe to him,
But you don't know his conscience. None of us know his conscience.
we don't. Maybe to him, he didn't do nothing wrong.
I mean, so how is he suffering it? Because when he got locked away, didn't he have some baby oil?
Oh, you mean the baby oil they found in his house?
Yeah, and that hotel. So he was still doing it.
Yeah, but he probably didn't. He probably doesn't feel like he's doing anything wrong.
But he says once you do it, you don't recover from it.
Yeah, I feel like he's referring to those people that did that where they came.
You talking about Little Ron?
Little Rod, you know, those type of people where it's like they came in and it wasn't their intention. It's not something that they particularly do, but they found
they don't have a backbone.
Huh?
They don't have a backbone, or they just do it. I don't know. Okay, I'm going back to myself. So I'm in the industry, and Jordan Woods, she want me to lick it. And I licked it. I guess would I be like, oh my God, I want to throw up? I don't know. I don't think so, because I'm assuming she's going to be clean.
I mean, it may not bother you, but I think if you're talking about doing these types of things, you know, in the entertainment industry to get deals and to get contracts, then it feels like it was like you were not willing to do it. You know, like if you just exploring with somebody, you just trying something out and it's 100% consensual, that's different than bribery or like you feeling
I'm
like
talking about bribery, because I wouldn't just do it on a rainy day. You know, I would not want to do it at all. But if she was going to give me millions of dollars, all I have to do is lick the cat, like 1-2 licks. Yeah, I would do it.
Okay. And it depends if it depends on your conscience. I think he's referring to people.
But like I said, I wouldn't do it for everybody.
Yeah.
And then I gotta see how I look.
So
Can
what
I
is
see how I look and smell? Look, let me see. Hold on, can I get it tested? Let me test this shit. Okay, let's get that shit tested. Okay.
What if they had you do it for somebody that you didn't want to do that to?
Then I could not do it because I'm just not gonna do it. I mean, it's certain. Okay, another thing I can never do. I can never go into a room full of rats. I don't give a damn if you offer me 10 million. I can't do that shit.
But who got a room full of rats?
I'm just saying, we're just talking about stuff that goes against who you are or what you like, right? That's just all about that. So that's something I'm really against. And I can't do that. I don't give a damn if you offer me $1 billion. I cannot go in that room with those rats. I would probably pass out. I can't do it. I'm incapable of doing that.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say certain things a person is willing to do that they're not into. And then there's certain things people like, hell no, because they just really can't stomach doing it.
Yeah, some people are very strong-willed, but if we're
When
talking
it comes to certain things, I think everybody have strong will when it comes to certain things. But if you're willing to do certain things, I mean, I'm not into women, but by me licking her cat, I mean, you can take it how you want to take it. I don't give a damn. Shit, I got 5 million, ho. I wouldn't brag about it, but you know, it is what it is. Ooh, I tell you. Well, y'all talk. What else going on? Anything else you know that's going on out here in these streets?
I think it's this young lady who was a dancer for Alabama State, and she was taken out by Her boyfriend.
Girl, why did I thought I saw that? Right here, the football star.
Yes, this looks like it. I think that's it.
I wanted to do a video. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm glad you brought it up. No, I didn't get a chance to see it. I was going to play it on here because, I possibly might be shifting more into true crime, because right now I'm not in the algorithm. Right now I'm still in the Angie Stone algorithm. So I guess how it is, it's like because when you talk about one subject for so much, they put you into a hole. So I don't know, like it's a challenge to navigate because how the algorithm works. So it's like I have to keep on trying to get into a true crime algorithm in order to get my videos out that people will like, true crime.
So you're saying you have to pick a niche for the algorithm.
Like that in the algorithm, because the algorithm, just like when I want to look for something, I just get bombarded. But then I have to reset my algorithm. I don't know how to reset it, but I have to do something in order for not me to get bombarded. The algorithm, I don't like it. It's definitely different from when I started. And they want you to be in like a niche, like a stick to a brand and just stick to it. Don't ever move out.
For them to push you to a particular audience,
right?
On what so it makes sense that they're trying to align it too with how they're trying to align their audience, because they're tracking us as well. Anytime you say something, then your phone picks it up and then the algorithm aligns to it. So they're probably trying to do that on both ends, but that's pretty annoying. It's like if you want to do something about that, then you can't but I do notice that some people separate it, like they'll have the lives and then they'll have the videos and then they'll just have the clips, and then they'll have like their subscribers, the people who pay will get certain content, so they try to differentiate it a little bit like that.
Yep. Someone says reset your cookie data. Thank you so much. I would never think to do that. That's what I gotta do. Reset that cookie data. So I'm not going to play here, but can you tell us what it's about this girl that got pow?
So so she's from Atlanta and she moved to Alabama, and she started dancing, and she was dancing for the team, and eventually she started dating a very popular football player, and she was well known. I forgot what the group was called, but she was very well known on the team for having great energy, for being an excellent dancer, and she really is good. Like she kills it every single time. Just an absolutely beautiful spirit. And so then she started dating the guy. Domestic violence ensued and he got her pregnant. She had the baby. And even after having the baby, she went back to college. She got back on the dancing team again, and he took her out.
What? Okay, I'm confused. They had a baby together.
Yeah.
Okay, so things are going nice. Now what?
Things are going nice, and I didn't really get specific details as to what transpired and why he killed her, but he claimed that she took the gun in the car and she did it to herself.
Oh, bull crap.
And the mom is saying that my daughter would never do that. She loved her life and she would not take herself out. But what she was dealing with was him trying to like affect her confidence, make her feel less than, but she stayed with him. The baby, I believe the baby was 9 months old when she passed.
So what is your advice to women?
I feel like the best way to not get into these types of situations is to not sleep with the man, because I feel like once you have intercourse, then they really have you. Like they have you on a whole different level than if you didn't sleep with them. Because I feel like a lot of these women that are unalived, very few of them didn't sleep with the man, unless it's like, oh, we went out on a date and he just took me out. But I feel like very few of them actually died without actually having intercourse. But I know a lot of people say choose better. I feel like that's tough because a good majority, so many of the men are poor choices. And this guy they're saying was in college, he was a football player, so it means he was well known. He had a future as well. So it's hard when you don't have a lot of good options out there. And other people are saying that we should just stay single.
Well, I say this. I don't think I don't believe, Regina, I don't feel like it's about sleeping with them because they sleep with a lot of people and they're not killing all them people. I think it's when by you being so nice, by you being so, you're pouring into him. Stop investing in him. Stop investing in men. I mean, if you want to get your rocks off, but don't invest in him. You're giving them all your time and emotion. In their mind, it's like you're saying that like they belong to you. Like you're acting as if you're their subject. In some people's mind, it's like, well, I'm a woman, so I want to play this role like I am your subject, because a lot of women been taught to, be a man's subject. So when he has this idea, okay, she's making all these sacrifices, I'm dogging her out, she's still with me, and then you want to flip the script all of a sudden. You tired of me using you and you want to change up. Okay, now you acting different. I'm going to take your ass out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You changing the program. You was okay with it all this damn time. Now you want to leave.
So you think she was threatening to leave him?
I don't know, but I feel like a lot of times when you change the program and you will not allow them to use you or dictate you anymore, then they possibly want to take you out. That's what I'm saying. I don't know because I don't know the situation.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think it has anything to do with sleeping with them, just hooking up with them. I think it's more deadly when you involve yourself with them and they feel like you belong to them. And when you present yourself like, I am yours. You said you are mine. Do you know what that means? Ain't no taking back, Regina. You mine now.
Never.
You said Regina, you said you my bitch, right? Right?
When did I say that?
Now you lying to me, dog? You lying? So you ain't my bitch, huh?
Let the chips fall where they may.
Huh? You said you gonna always ride for me, ho. Now you want to change up and shit? Nah, that ain't flying. See, you playing with me, Regina. You playing with me. And see, because I'm a man and you playing with my emotions, I'm gonna have to take you out of here. Because you just played me. You just said all this time you said you was mine. And girls do say that often. I'm yours. I mean, words are, like they said, words are spiritual. It means something. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know, where his head was at. I didn't really see the details of what transpired, except that the gun went off in the car and he apparently stated that she was the one that shot herself.
Well, I don't believe that, but I don't know. Do you believe his story?
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not really good at determining these things unless it's clear cut and dry for me. But I will say that because of the domestic violence that took place prior, it shows
he was whooping her ass before.
Yes,
See?
He was.
You know why, Regina?
Why, Gigi?
Because he felt that it's his. It is his to do.
Property.
Right. And when you accept it and you allow and you continue, you are sending messages. It's okay because he done whooped your ass the first time and you stayed with him. What message does that send me?
That he should keep doing it.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. So do you think that man can live with himself now, or you think he's gonna always struggle? Is he gonna lose his manhood?
Well, it depends on what he defines as his manhood. If a part of his manhood is murdering people, then I guess he still got it.
Oh. So it all lies in perception of yourself.
Yeah, it does. Be delusional.
Well, there you go. That's
how you get far in this life. You gotta be a little delusional for real.
Tough Woman says, Gigi, that's how some men talk to women. They want women to be afraid of them. Well, also, women want to be afraid of men.
Really?
Yes. I heard so many women, oh, he ain't a real man unless he hit me, honey. Okay, I don't want no man I can run over. I can just say whatever I want to say. I like when he makes me, yeah, they love to get on them bikes without no seatbelt, engine run, living a risky lifestyle. They like getting involved with men that's out here just living a dangerous lifestyle. You don't think that's a danger to your health?
What's up with the choking? You know, I don't really understand that, but it's like during intimacy, people like to be choked. I was very confused because I was like, "Are you, I don't
People like to get dominated. I guess it's the domination. I don't like to get choked from the front, but I do like it from the back. Regina, it's nothing for me. Having a big, strong hand on the back of my goddamn neck, okay, like you choking a chicken neck, okay, and he just pulled my ass around and he whispered in my ear, "Don't make me fuck you up." It ain't not like it. Especially when he grabbed me and tell me something in my ear. Girl, that's so intimate. It's real.
Anytime a man put his hand around my neck, like my instincts of fight or flight come into play. I'm like, what are you trying to like kill me? In my head, I'm like, oh no, absolutely not. I'm not here for this abuse. Mm-hmm. But I guess from other women it was okay, so they thought it was cute. But I'm just like, I can't breathe.
Damn, girl, I have to beg him to choke my ass. Can you please choke me? Stop being so damn nice. Okay, shit.
I remember, I think I heard a story once. I don't know if I made it up in my head or if it was a real story of the man choking the woman and she died.
No, I didn't hear that.
But they were, you know, like, how do you explain that to the police?
I don't know.
Like, sorry, I took it a little too far. No, but like, it's just intimacy. And then, you know,
I mean, how you not, you have to know how to gauge it. He didn't gauge his strength.
I mean, that would be, I don't know, but it would be very unfortunate. Like, you mistook her enjoying it to her passing away.
I disagree. I think that he has a fetish for taking people out of here. And you know, I just think that's what I think. Because I think that he was just into it so much. And he probably liked it, that part of her passing out. Because some people are into that, I hear. Like they into doing dead bodies and stuff.
Dead bodies?
Yeah, they call it nymprophilia or something like that. Where the person is dead.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do we take, is it too far?
Well, I don't know. Girl, I mean, it don't got nothing to do with we, it's just people. I'm scared of dead bodies.
Yeah, me too. I can't see an open casket.
I don't know why, but I just feel like something, even though I don't know. It's that reality. And I've never went to like touch a dead body before or looked. I never did that. I guess should I do it? I don't know. Like my grandma passed away, but I could not go up there to look at her, I don't know. I don't know why. It's like my brain having a hard time processing that. And then I start projecting. And then I'm like, okay, am I going to die? Then, yeah, I'm going to die. I don't want to die. When I'm going to die, am I going to die soon? How, what? Yeah, I'll be having, man, it trips my mind out.
Yeah, it's very creepy because it's like the person's body is there, but they're not. So where are they?
Right. I guess they're gone, just like the animals, like the birds. I've been looking at dogs. I don't look at dogs.
In that one spot, just curled over.
Yeah. Do you ever look in the eyes of a dog and you see like somebody in there?
When they dead?
No, when they're alive.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy.
It's like that is a person. I'm not a person, but I don't know what to call it. But
it's a being.
Yeah. They think, they got emotions.
Personalities, yep.
And it's so trippy to me because I really never spent time with dogs. And I've been anti-dog when I was a child. I was very anti-dog because they had dogs running around and you hear them on the news, fighting or killing people. So I never was into dogs until, and I've never been into dogs, so it ain't no until, but I started to see dogs in a different perspective when I went to California and I started to see people with their dogs and how loving they were with dogs. I didn't understand it. It was so weird to me because it was foreign. But eventually I realized that, everybody have a different perspective and different relationship with animals. And yeah.
When the fire happened in California, they had this video of this Caucasian man. He just wanted to make sure that his dog was okay. He came back from the fire. Well, he came back to his place after the fire had like burned down the area. And then when the dog started barking and running out of there, he was in tears. He was like, it was so emotional. I think I got teary-eyed. And I mean, I like dogs, but I don't care that much about them. But this was in California, yeah.
Yeah, people have affection for dogs, and I'm for it. If that's for you, I don't think I could ever have affection for dogs because of my childhood. And I just not open-minded enough to give them a chance because I always have that fear, and I think they're gonna sniff my fear. And
what happened?
I just always, they push fear mongering. Like, you better stay away from them dogs. Look at them Rottweilers. They doing this, they doing it, and them pit bulls. And just always seeing them on the news. I mean, I guess how certain white people always see black people on the news. And it's all this negative news. Sometimes you may have a fear of certain people that you don't know from a child. And maybe that can carry on to you. So, and I guess like with anything, So,
I really like dogs. I used to volunteer to just house them for a bit, and I had a pregnant one, and I still remember how she used to look at me. Like if I would leave for a bit and come back, she would just give me this stare like, how dare you leave me here? Where were you? And it was like, it was very creepy, but it's how they show affection.
Yeah. They are saying that a survey says 75% of men are more loyal to their barbers than their actual partners. What do you say about that, Regina?
I feel like they find value in that. I feel like when it comes to it's how these men, and obviously we know it doesn't apply to all men, it does say 75%. It's how they interpret their relationship. So when it comes to their barber, they may take that much more seriously because of the person who's doing their hair, and that may be a very important thing on their list. Now, their relationship, they may see it as, oh, well, this person, I could put them in this box. Whenever I want to like move them around, I could move them around. I could kind of be more flexible with this one, but I can't really be flexible with this relationship. I take it very seriously. Because one thing I find with men is they're quite simple, and when they care, they care. When they don't care, they don't care. It's not really that deep for them. But I feel like as women, we're much more multidimensional when it comes to relationships with different things. So I can believe it. What do you think?
When it says a survey, 75 more men loyal to their barbers than their actual partner. I think it deals with expectations. If you're going to someplace and the expectations is always met, you'll be loyal. But if you're dealing with someone and your expectations is not being met, then it's possible you be, well, hold on. Because you can have a good wife, right? But she's still gonna get cheated on.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's really based on he's just a cheater. And he is going either you dumb and you don't have discernment, or you manipulate it. But either way it go, he will stay with you if you continue to allow him to cheat. He will not leave you, right?
No.
If you let that man cheat, he won't. I mean, they say most relationship the women leave because of the cheating, but he won't leave you, so he'll stay loyal to you. So going back, so he will stay loyal as long as you're doing what he expects. I think that's what I get from it: expectations and just getting what you want from that situation.
I feel like they will gaslight the situation and push you to leave, but then turn around and say, "Well, she wanted to go." Because let's say, for example, they're cheating on you with somebody, but that other person is pressuring them to leave you. Like that other girl is like, "You've been said you were gonna leave her," like, and maybe he has a change of heart and he's like, "You're right, she kind of is annoying. Like, I really do want to be with you." But he doesn't really want to break up with her. So then he starts getting sloppier and sloppier. He probably picks fights with her and different things like that, to the point where she's like, okay, I can't take this no more. I'm filing for divorce.
Yeah. Here are some signs from the rally. Let me pull this up here. It says fraud, waste, abuse, thousands rally nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. All right. Trump's eating the stocks. He's eating the bonds. Oh, that's hilarious. He's eating the stocks. I'm thinking about that.
He's eating the stocks.
Same shit, different hat. I know that's right, girl. Oh, I love my white people. Okay.
They did so well.
Yes, they did. I'm happy for my white people.
Very creative.
Do not let this asshole destroy our democracy. Exactly. I'll call Trump a cunt, but he lacks depth and warmth. I know that's right, girl. Avoid conversations on politics as being complex. All right. All right. Well, these are just some stuff. Grab him the Teslas. Good job. Good job. Well, I appreciate you for being here with me, and I appreciate all you guys for being here with me. Thank you so much, Regina, bestie girl.
It's always a pleasure, Gigi. Thank you for having me.
Anytime. All right, you guys. So how did we do? What did you guys think? Do you guys feel like the show was too long? Press 1 if you feel like it's too long. Press 2 if you feel like everything was fine. All right. So I have to get the dates better. And thank you, Make It Make Sense. We had a YouTuber come over here and help me see the light. I really appreciate that. All right. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, shit. Do y'all remember like the young filter I used to have? Press 7 if you remember that young filter I used to have. I don't want to bring that back. But when I got on here, my old lady face filter, it just kept on snagging. And I was this close to bringing it back, but I really don't want to. Okay, I like my old lady face. Okay. Okay. Oh, Kavana. Oh, Kavana, let me put you back on moderator. Because you know you my girl. I'm sorry, Kavana. I'm sorry I have to be quiet because I'm trying to concentrate. There's so many buttons. I'm like, what the fuck? Thank you, Messy Subjects. I appreciate you. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Kappa. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. You look excellent tonight. Thank you, Ronnie. It's all for you, Ronnie. I appreciate that. I really, really do. So any other things that you guys want to talk about or any questions before I leave? Any questions or anything you want to talk about before I leave? I'm just looking. Thank you, Nola. Yeah, no, that's my girl too. Now Regina is stuck. She got to show up every day. Gigi gonna be mad. You know that, right, Blue? Every day. It's like, I'm kidding. Right, we're puzzled and left, but I guess we're not talking about Angie. And I think when you talk about Angie, it goes to certain people, you know, timelines. So we'll see. All right, I'm out of here. Love you guys. Bye.